Welcome, everybody, to a brand new Blu-ray and DVD out and about video today, and this week sees the gang back together for one last ride in Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, hitting store shelves along with the video game adaptation that was highly anticipated, Season 1 of The Last of Us, the father-son comedy about my father, a little bit of DC animated love with Justice League War World, the Gerard Butler war action spectacle Kandahar, and lest we forget, Vestron Video is releasing a Blu-ray edition of the 1987 horror comedy classic, or I'd like to think it's a classic, My Best Friend is a Vampire. Yeah, they don't make them like they used to, folks. Could bet your ass on that one. Plus much more. So let's go see the deals, exclusives, and we are at our first location, Walmart. So let's go in and see what they got. All right, everybody, in at Walmart. New releases, baby. And ask, and you shall receive. Oh, yeah, damn right we will, because it's looking pretty plentiful as far as I'm concerned. And I'm ready to dive in. How about you? Oh, let's definitely do it with down, 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 bound, down, down, bound, down, down, bound, down, 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 Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, baby. Oh, I love this crazy team. Oh, yeah, leaving after midnight. All right, down, 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 yeah, I know you like my voice, you just won't tell me. Oh, I know it, baby. Oh, yes, Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. Oh, finally hitting on physical, baby, in all of its wonderful glory, man. We got the Blu-ray digital for $24.96, the 4K Blu-ray digital for $29.96. Oh, we even got a little bit of Walmart exclusive love. Don't mind if I do, baby. Look at this with the Marvel Studios limited edition enamel pin. Oh, that's nice, man. This is pretty goddamn sweet indeed. And I am loving the artwork. Come on, man. That is some cool ass artwork right there, man. Damn. I'm liking the exclusive Slippy love. That is for damn sure. Actually, I gotta admit, I'm liking the artwork on here a lot too, and here. I just like the different artwork, guys. You know how I love this shit, man. When the studio, depending on the format, release, puts out different artwork, it's so great, man. It really honestly is. It's just a cool incentive for collectors, and I've always liked this stuff. And this, oh, is definitely no exception. Look at that, man. And it definitely looks like they've been selling a lot of this stuff, man. They probably had more of the Blu-ray, more of the 4K, more of the exclusive. Hell, they ran out of the DVD, man. Guardians of the Galaxy is selling pretty good, but I can kind of see why. I can indeed, man. I got a chance to watch this in the movie theater with the crew. I saw it with Van, with John, with Bob. And we were all in the movie theater for this motherfucker. We really were. And truth be told, we love the Guardians of the Galaxy movies. We loved Volume 1. I think Volume 1 for us was a really interesting surprise. I mean, the trailers were fun. It looked like it could be a really great thrill ride, but hesitant because I had never really heard much about Guardians of the Galaxy. John hadn't, most of the guys hadn't. So we were going into it pretty blind, and man, were we really blown away, dude. And we were like, dude, we need to consume as much Guardians of the Galaxy as possible. And once Volume 2 came out, boy, that was appointment viewing. Didn't disappoint. And we had to wait a long time to get to Volume 3 through a lot of different hardships and difficulties, but we are here. It's finally happening. It is in our hands, and oh, so thankful for that. Oh, I really am, man. Dude, you know, I can't say that I'm excited for every Marvel thing that comes out, but this, oh, I absolutely was, man. And basically, this picks up shortly after Avengers Endgame, where Peter Quill and the team are kind of chilling out and depressed about what's happened with Gamora, and all the while this is happening, well, they have to deal with some new threats that are happening, and even an old one from Rocket's past, and all the crazy complications that go along with it, man. Will the Guardians of the Galaxy survive? Will they take down the bad guys? And will they do it in hilarious fashion? Well, you just gotta watch, but spoiler alert, they do it oh so well. Oh, yes, they do, man. I gotta admit, I really love this movie, man. It's just as fun, just as entertaining, just as emotional, if not more so than the other films, because this is the final one. This is the last ride with this crew, and James Gunn and all the actors give it their 110% effort, man. They really go out with a bang and really give you this spectacular finale with all of the emotion, with all of the heartache and the humor and the great character moments that you can handle, and they do it so well, man. The directing is great. I love the whole Guardians of the Galaxy universe with the ships and the planets and the costumes and the different creatures, and man, they continue to impress in this film. I love everybody in this movie, man. I mean, down to Chris Pratt, who does an amazing job as Peter Quill, of course. Talking about my man Drax, who does an amazing job as well. He's awesome here. Gamora, I love Sean Gunn here. I mean, even Groot gets some really great moments here too, man. I mean, everybody gets some really great character payoffs, and you really feel that the emotional investment that you've put in all these years for these characters really does pay off in a satisfying way, man. It is really, really that damn good, man. I was so pleasantly satisfied, pleasantly surprised the fact that they pulled it off, man, because let's be real, Marvel hasn't really done a great job in pulling off some of the stuff that they should be doing, like easy home runs that should be no-brainers. And well, sometimes you kind of worried about Guardians of the Galaxy. You're like, well, are they going to pull this one off? And with James Gunn's help, with Kevin Feige's assistance, and the actors definitely giving it their all, they pull it off in the most glorious way possible. They really did, man. This is great, and it is one of the best new MCU movies that is truly out there. I loved every single second of it. I laughed, I cried, I tried to make sure nobody saw me cry, but I think they still saw me regardless. And at the end of the movie, I really felt like going on this ride all over again. It was just that damn good, guys. If you've been invested in the Guardians of the Galaxy for a long time, if you've been invested in the MCU for a long time, sometimes it doesn't always pay off. Guardians of the Galaxy proves that, well, the third time is definitely the charm. Sometimes family can be a real pain in the ass, especially if it's Robert De Niro. And About My Father, yes. The DVD for $19.96 and the Blu-ray DVD digital for $17.96. What? Oh, somebody got these mixed up. Hey, the fuck we paying these people at Walmart for? Okay, the DVD is $17.96. The Blu-ray is $19.90. Oh my God, man. They got one job. One. And they can't even do that right. Jesus Christ. Whatever, man. Somebody's going to get pissed, man, and want it for $17.96. I'm just saying, man. It ain't my money. Oh, God. With Sebastian Maniscalco and Robert De Niro here. So, man. So, I got a chance to watch this on Amazon Prime, and I got to admit that at first I didn't really know if I wanted to watch this, because I remember seeing the trailers in the movie theater, and I'm like, man, this really doesn't look like anything I'm interested in at all. It looks really cringeworthy and kind of terrible and not really funny, and so I'm like, I don't know if I want to invest my time in this goddamn thing, but I decided at least watch it on Amazon Prime because I gotta talk to you guys about it, so I ended up doing my due diligence for you, as always. So, basically, Sebastian Maniscalco, he ends up really loving this girl. He's been with her for a long time and wants to marry her and be accepted by the family. And well, something's kind of getting in the way a little bit. It's his father, who hasn't always been the greatest dad in the world, but always has supported him and provided for him the best that he possibly could. And he's like, look, I want to meet the family. I want to get to know them. If this is going to be my daughter-in-law, then I should know the family. And he doesn't really want to actually have him meet the family because he's kind of embarrassed by the guy, okay? And, well, one thing leads to another. Robert De Niro insists, and so he brings him along on the trip and all the hilarious and embarrassing conflicts that go along with it. Did you think it was going to be an easy ride? Seriously? Yeah, not anything close to that. Come on, man. Not even close at all, dude. So, all the hilarious hijinks ensue for good and for bad. And look, I'm gonna be honest, man. There's a part of me that did kinda like this movie. I was walking in thinking this was gonna be an absolute train wreck. And truth be told, it really wasn't. There was some good, funny, heartwarming moments that I actually liked in this movie. I thought the chemistry between Sebastian Maniscalco and Robert De Niro was pretty rock solid. Robert De Niro is definitely having a ball playing this role. I definitely liked him in it. And even some of the supporting players are really great in here as well. Like Kim Cattrall, man. I was like, whoa. Man, I haven't seen Kim Cattrall in something in quite a while, and she's great in this movie, man. She has some great bouncing off chemistry with Robert De Niro. Some of the antagonistic stuff, which I kind of liked, man. I thought that was kind of cool and interesting. But then there's also other moments where I'm like, this is cringeworthy. And there's also moments where I'm like, this isn't really very funny. In fact, I'd argue that it's downright embarrassing and kind of falls flat on its face at moments. Some moments it succeeds, and other moments it really fails and fails hard. It's kind of a mixed bag, all things considered, man. It truly honestly is. Average, okay at best, man. I mean, even the whole thing of meeting the in-laws and the embarrassing parent, that's been done so many times over. Countless, many fucking times, man. So this is not original at all. I like the Italian immigrant aspect to it, and some of the jokes work and some of the jokes don't. It's kind of half and half, man. Like I said, I like some of the actors, I like some of the chemistry, I like some of the dialogue, and some of the jokes work, but few and far between. Not great, not wonderful, just okay. And a step above what I actually thought it was going to be, because at first I thought it was going to be downright terrible, and it kind of surprised me, but surprised me only to the level of alright. Still an improvement, but not much of one, just saying. Good, not great, okay, could been better, and a pale comparison to other types of movies like this out there. It is what it is. Comedy greatness? Not even close. Don't come knocking on Maggie Moore's door. Well, with the gun, she might just shoot your ass. She might indeed. And Maggie Moore's? What? The DVD for $12.96? What the hell? John Hamm, Tina Fey? Okay. Didn't hear about this one. What is this about? 1 murder is a crime, 2 is a mystery. Oh, you don't say. Police Chief Sanders investigates the bizarre murders of 2 women with the same name and unravels a web of small-town lies. Ooh. He meets and quickly falls for Rita, a nosy neighbor who's eager to help solve the mystery. Yes, because I always end up falling for the nosy neighbor. Sometimes the nosy neighbor is worth it, and sometimes you wish you would have minded your own fucking business. Just saying, man. Okay, this doesn't really seem like a comedy at all. More like a crime, mystery, thriller, maybe with a little bit of comedy mixed in. I mean, it's got Tina Fey in it. I mean, John Hamm has tried to go more comedic and obviously not exactly succeeding, but A for effort. Well, I don't know about the A part, but there is an effort there. Oh, man. Oh, it's kind of quirky and interesting. Maybe even a little dramatic too, possibly. I like the cover. I wonder if Tina Fey's the one that did it. Ooh, that would be a twist. Maybe. Is it good? Is it bad? Have you seen it? Definitely let me know, man. Interesting indeed. They also have a little bit of wrestling love with Money in the Bank, Bloodline Civil War, Roman Solo versus the USOs. What? Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I haven't watched wrestling since about 2001, 2002-ish, somewhere around there. I don't know, it was changing, and I was losing interest, and a lot of the personalities that I loved from back in the day weren't really wrestling anymore, so just kind of passed me by, dude. A lot of people like Roman and a few others I've never seen and really have no interest in. I remember the old school days of WWF. I will never call it WWE. I will always call it WWF because that's my generation and that's what I love. And look, I don't care. You can call me a boomer all you want, man. I'm just saying, dude. The old school days of wrestling were great. I started literally watching it probably like 1985 to Brown again, 2001, 2002. It was a great run, but sadly I kind of lost interest. I'm sure it's still good, but not my jam. But if you love wrestling, hey, more physical media love is never a bad thing. Or it can be hell. Just ask the Justice League. In Justice League War World, the Blu-ray digital for $22.96. Some more DC animated love. Oh, count me in, baby. Oh, count me in indeed, because as I've said numerous times to you guys, I love these DC animated movies, man. DC does it the best. They are the cat's meow when it comes to animated action adventure superhero flicks, man. They're just so good at it. And they just keep hitting out of the park every single goddamn time. And so yet another one, of course, it was appointment viewing. I definitely needed to watch this damn thing. And the cover, by the way, looks pretty fucking awesome as well. I'm like, my God, Justice League War World. Oh, that sounds fucking epic, baby. So, of course, I had to watch it on Amazon Prime, and indeed I did. And basically, it's like three separate stories that eventually come together. Wonder Woman is in this weird Western setting. Batman is this barbaric warrior, and Superman is this mild-mannered, old-school G-man from back in the day in this black and white setting. It's like, what is exactly going on in this damn thing? And is there any way to correct it? Is there any way to get back to our original selves? Who's doing this? Can we defeat the bad guys? Because honestly, this is some weird shit, and if we don't get back to actually being our true superhero selves, that's going to be some lame crap. It really is, dude. So they got to solve the mysteries and solve it pretty goddamn fast, and all the complications that go along with it. And I got to admit, right, okay, the animation is stellar like it is with all the other DC movies, right? So it's not that there's a problem there necessarily. I just really kind of didn't care much. I mean, I'm just being fair. This kind of was a bore to me. The action wasn't really all that good. The stories were kind of half-assed. And the emotional payoff just wasn't really that satisfying to me at the end of the day. It's one of those Elseworld stories, right? One of those ones where it's a different world, a different setting, different scenarios, the same characters that you love, but just slightly skewed. And yeah, that's been fun in the past, but Warworld, I don't think does anything really entertaining or fun or unique with it. I mean, I like the idea of these alternate realities and how it's really affecting them and how they realize that something's wrong, but they just can't quite put the pieces together. I like some of the aspects to the story. I just didn't think it really ultimately worked. I wasn't excited by the movie. I mean, I like some of the things that they do with some of the ideas of Warworld, certain aspects like Martian Manhunter and his role in all of this and why he was manipulating them. Very fascinating stuff, and I love when they bring in interesting DC characters into the mix and how they can kind of tell a unique story within that, because Martian Manhunter, let's be real, man, doesn't get nearly as much love as he probably should, so any Martian Manhunter goodness is very well appreciated, but I don't know, man, this is one of the lesser DC movies for me. I just didn't really find it all that interesting. I was kind of bored with certain segments of it. It kind of felt like it was spinning its wheels a lot of the time. Like, you knew something was messed up, and the characters knew that there was something messed up, but they still kept going for it for a long time, even well after the expiration date. And you're like, okay, can we get moving and get to the more interesting parts? Because, yeah, it's cool to see these weird worlds where these characters that we know and love are different types of people, but we kind of know it's all fake and phony. And yeah, it's cool to spend maybe 5 or 10 minutes with it, but man, we really stretched this motherfucker out, and yeah, it just kind of lost me. Again, it's only like an hour and a half of a movie, so it's not really all that long, but damn, it just really was spinning its wheels in a big bad way, dude. Look, I love DC animated movies, but this one, yeah, it was kind of a disappointment, dude. I mean, if you like Elseworld stories, maybe this is one that you'd like, but as far as even those stories go, this one didn't even really fit the bill either. Look, DC animated movies are still great. I will always love them, but I'm kind of coming to the realization that not everyone is going to hit it out of the park, and War World proves that, hey, I love a cool alternate reality story, but either you do something interesting with it or don't do it at all. And War World proves that, you probably should have just not did it at all. Evil comes in all forms in Resident Evil Death Island, yes. The Blu-ray digital for $19.96, the DVD for $17.96. Okay, they actually got that one right, because I was thinking, let's not have another about my father. We got this one right, folks. Oh, God. Yes, more Resident Evil love. Not talking live action. We talking animation, baby. Yes, indeed we are, man. And I got to admit, I have sort of a love-hate relationship with the Resident Evil world, right? I mean, some of it I really like, and some of it I'm like, dude, this is really chintzy crap, dude. I mean, some of the live action stuff hasn't been the best. The games have been kind of cool, all things considered. Yeah, it's had its ups and downs, to be fair, man. So when I'm like, okay, another Resident Evil movie, animation style, there's a lot you can do in animation, especially in the Resident Evil world, so I was willing to give it a go, man. And basically, it's about the T-Virus has escaped in all manners, and a lot of these great iconic characters that we know and love, Joe Valentine, Claire Redfield, Leon Kennedy, they're trying to investigate all of these weird occurrences that are happening with the T-Virus, certain monsters that are being created and weird scientists that are going missing. What's happening exactly? And all of the evidence is leading towards Alcatraz Island, where they have to go and finally figure out what evil has been up to, yes, and all the evil complications, baby. Oh, yes, indeed, man. Look, I gotta admit, this isn't a bad Resident Evil movie. All things considered, it's actually pretty decent, and I like a lot of the Resident Evil staples, the characters, and the action, and the zombies, and the liquors. Of course, they've gotta be there. That's sort of the signature staple, baby. It definitely felt Resident Evil to me, man. And so in that way, I definitely appreciated it. But I don't know if it was perfect necessarily. I mean, the animation here is not that impressive, dude. I mean, it feels like cutscenes from a video game. And I'm talking PlayStation 1 cutscenes. Okay, maybe not entirely PlayStation 1, maybe PlayStation 2, but still, the animation ain't that good, folks. Alright, it's really not, man. Subpar at best, yeah, kinda, sorta, man. I mean, the creatures are cool, and some of the characters that you know and love are pretty cool, seeing them in action, animation style, but then again, you could just play the video game and get more mileage out of that. I kind of feel like it's not bad. I kind of like the crazy T-Virus and some of the creations. Yeah, that's all well and good, but it just kind of felt like been there, done that. If you've seen it in the games, you've probably seen it in Resident Evil Death Island, man. There's nothing new here. There's nothing really spectacular. It's kind of just going through the Resident Evil motions. Good little Resident Evil time waster, yeah, if you like Resident Evil and all things Resident Evil, sure, give this one a go, but honestly, I'm sure the video games are just as great. And hell, even some of the live action movies, can't say all of them, but some of them are even a little bit better too. Resident Evil Death Island is an interesting curiosity for all the Resident Evil lovers out there, but the most spectacular Resident Evil movie of all time, the best one ever, not even close. Viral outbreaks aren't just for the Resident Evil world. The Last of Us proves that it's pretty good for them too. Oh yes, in The Last of Us, the complete first season. The Blu-ray for $34.96 and the DVD for $29.96. Oh man, more viral outbreak madness. Oh man, I think we've had enough of it in the past few years, but a little more isn't gonna hurt. Not at all, man. Damn. You know, I'm gonna be honest. When this show got announced, I knew nothing about it, okay? I have never played the Last of Us games ever. I know. What? You've never played Last of Us? I know you guys are gonna crucify my ass. Okay, look, man, I had stopped playing video games by this point, okay? I was long past my expiration date. So Last of Us really passed me by, man. I knew of Last of Us. I knew of the phenomenon, but I had never played it, dude. So I had heard all good things about the games and how fucking awesome it is and the story and the emotion and everything like that, and how, oh, this would be a really great movie or a show. Well, apparently somebody was listening, because lo and behold, we got it, man. I got a chance to watch it with my girlfriend, and I'm gonna be honest, man. Oh, it was fucking awesome. It was great. Oh my god, man. I love the hell out of this show. And I was not prepared for what I was about to see. I didn't know any of the characters or the scenarios, nothing. I knew it was like this viral outbreak thing, and the world had turned into this like dystopian apocalypse, something like that. But outside of that, I knew nothing else, man. I was walking into this thing blind, and man, was I pleasantly surprised, dude. I think this is tremendous. I love the emotion, I love the drama, I love the action, I love the thrills. You're on the edge of your seat. The acting is phenomenal. Pedro Pascal, man, god damn, dude, he is so good as Joel. Man, I've loved Pedro. I think he's fucking amazing. And dude, he proves yet again in this show that, dude, he deserves all the fucking praise he gets. He's that damn good. Even Bella Ramsey, who plays Ellie, she is so fantastic here as well, bouncing off of Joel and her circumstances and predicaments. So well done. I loved even a lot of the effects and the makeup designs and the creation of the clickers. Like, holy shit, man, the clickers was wild. My god, that design is nuts, crazy shit, dude. So fucking fantastic. I loved that, man. I thought it was great. I loved how you're just on the edge of your seat anytime they're around, and the idea that if you make sound, not only does one of them know, but everybody knows, and they're all coming after your ass, dude. And how they infect you, oh my god, the kiss of death, bitch. Holy hell. Oh man, it was so wild and so intense, and I loved every single second of it. And don't think that it's just the action and the adventure aspect of this, because the emotion is just as much there. Even characters that come and go in a single episode, you feel so much pathos and so much grief for what they've been through. I mean, even one episode where it was the guy from Parks and Recreation and his story with his lover. I'm like, oh my god, dude. After that episode ended, I was in tears. My girlfriend was fucking in tears, man. I'm like, Jesus, a single episode of this show can really bring that type of emotion out of me. Literally tears flowing down my face. Damn, man. It was so good. Seeing how different people have reacted to the outbreak and the apocalypse and the mistrust is so amazing. 9 episodes. They range from about an hour, sometimes a little less, depending, but there is so much jam-packed into a single episode, and it is thrilling from top to bottom, man. You get everything. This is the full package, man. You get the thrills, you get the chills, you get the really great action. The acting is phenomenal. On top of that, it brings the emotion too. Very few shows are able to do that, but The Last of Us really proves that, man, sometimes on a rare occasion you can really pull all of it off in one great package, and The Last of Us is proof positive, baby. It truly, honestly is, man. I was not prepared to love this as much as I did, and I walked away feeling like this was one of the best things I've seen on TV in a long-ass time, man. Now I'm kind of jonesing to play the video game, because if it's half as good as the show, consider me a big fan of getting back into video games. Damn. You guys have been praising Last of Us for a long time, and I guess, shocker of lifetime, you've been right. Getting in isn't easy, and getting out is a hell of a lot more difficult in Kandahar is. The Blu-ray DVD digital for $22.96, the DVD for $17.96. Ah, yes, more Gerard Butler love, because Lord knows we can't get enough of him. I don't know who's saying that, but whoever is, I'm hoping a doctor can diagnose them. I hope they can indeed, baby, because Escape is only 400 miles away, and that's if you can survive. Ah, yes, but if we're betting against Gerard Butler, that's a bad move, baby. Indeed it is, man. So, I got a chance to watch this on Amazon Prime, and I'm going to be fair, I wasn't really all that interested. I mean, I was like, okay, another Gerard Butler survival story against the odds. Yeah, God, we've seen that shit a time or two. Some is good, like Plane. Others, frankly, fall flat on their asses. But the more I was looking into the story, I kind of got a little bit more interested, at least a little bit. I mean, basically, Gerard Butler plays this undercover CIA operative deep into Afghanistan, and once his mission is exposed, he needs to get out, and get out fast with his translator, and basically survive and try to get to the other side where the Allies actually are. Now, if that sounds kind of familiar, well, you wouldn't be wrong, because, oh, by the way, the Covenant kind of did almost the exact same thing. And you guys know how much I love the Covenant. So I was like, okay, if the Covenant is really good, then this hopefully is just as good, if not better. Because if you're telling almost the same exact story, well, yeah, I hope you kind of pull it off, right? If one did it, why can't the other? Well, yeah, you see, that's the thing. Yeah. I mean, look, there is moments in Kandahar that I actually like, and some of the action is pretty decent when they're on the run, and the thrills of that, and the idea that danger is around every corner, and literally death is right at their doorstep. There is edge-of-your-seat moments, but for the most part, I gotta admit, I was kind of bored with the movie. I'm just gonna be real, dude. I mean, this movie is practically 2 hours long. It spins its wheels like a motherfucker, and a lot of the times the threats come and go pretty quickly, and they're just sitting down talking most of the time. The danger should always be constant. It should always be in the back of their minds, and it should always be on their heels, and it isn't really in this movie. It's just more talking, exposition shit, and a lot of it is very confusing. There's various undercover spies. There's foreign spies that are working for the enemy, foreign spies that are working for our government, elite enemy forces all around that have their own agendas, and I'm like, everything is crisscrossing all over the place, and there's double crosses and triple crosses and quadruple crosses and people that have their own agendas, and I'm like, my God, man, how much more complicated are we gonna get with this shit? I mean, seriously, man, it's all over the place. I'm like, whatever happened to a simple survival story? Yeah, not with this movie, apparently. Yeah, not really at all. I mean, Gerard Butler is alright in this movie. He's decent, but he doesn't really have the charisma that he's had in other movies. Then again, you could argue that, does he even have much charisma? I mean, he kind of does, depending on the role, but not really in Kandahar, man. It's kind of just dry. I mean, it's basically just him going through the motions and trying to survive crazy missiles that are coming at him, and dodging bullets and shit, which can be exciting, but not really in this movie. It just doesn't really feel exciting and this great thrill ride that you're really expecting, man. And maybe that's to do with the source material, maybe that's to do with the acting, maybe that's to do with the directing, possibly, maybe, kind of, sort of. You never really know. I mean, all I know is this, guys, right? Because I look at a movie like The Covenant, and it's so well structured, and it's a simple and easy survival story, and it's exciting, and it's on the edge of your seat, and the action scenes are fucking amazing. But then again, it's Guy Ritchie, so Guy Ritchie is really fucking awesome. He knows how to structure a great action movie, and if this was in his hands, Kandahar would be amazing, but it's not. And it's not nearly as exciting as it could be. I love these type of stories with the Afghan war and people undercover and having to survive. I love that shit, man. But yeah, when it's like this, not really all that exciting to me. I was kind of looking forward to it once I realized what it truly was, but it's just not as good, man. You can get the same story much more effective in a movie like The Covenant than you ever could with a movie like Kandahar. Similar stories, but one is the much better movie and the other one is kind of half as good. Spoiler alert, but Kandahar is only half as good. I like Gerard Butler, but this movie, sadly, doesn't even make the radar. But if I touch you like this, and you kiss me like that, it was so long ago, but it's all coming back to me. Love again, the DVD digital for $19.96, the Blu-ray digital for $22.96. Why am I singing Celine Dion? Well, there's a reason for that. Because she's in this movie, and I watched it on Amazon Prime. I know, my singing skills are right up there with Celine's. I'm just waiting for one of you to actually admit it. Oh, man. Love Again, yes. Oh, boy. Yes, I got a chance to watch this on Prime. Another one of those great little romantic flicks, huh? Yes, indeed, man. A movie that will fill your heart with love. Well, maybe, kind of, sort of. I have a cold, dead heart, folks, so it takes a lot for me, man. It really does, dude. So basically, this movie is about Mira Ray, who had a wonderful fiance, and after a terrible car accident, is no longer on this earth, and she is devastated. Even years later, it still really affects her. It feels like a part of her is lost. Doesn't really believe in love anymore. Doesn't really believe it's possible. Then again, there's also Rob Burns, who, well, he's made a lot of mistakes in love and had a lot of heartaches, and quite frankly, he no longer believes in love either. And he has to do this cover story on Celine Dion where he's never really listened to her music or knows nothing about her. And suddenly, he ends up getting these mysterious texts from this woman, Mira, who is sort of trying to maybe remember the good days of her old relationship. But why messaging him necessarily, and the mystery and the love connection behind that, and how they eventually come together and find love yet again with a little help from Celine Dion in the process. I never thought that I'd see Celine Dion giving love advice, but I guess it makes sense. Sure, shit, we'll go with it. Why the hell not, man? And all of the love complications and the heartaches and the heartbreaks and the getting back togethers that go along with it. Yes, indeed, man. You know, look, I love a good romance flick, man. I mean, I love sci-fi, and I love horror, and I love action, and I love all types of genres, and romance is definitely one of them. I've watched a lot of movies in the past that I've really loved and appreciated, and so Love Again is nothing new necessarily. People that are out of love, finding new love again, yeah, it's not exactly a new concept. It's been done over and over again, and this is yet another one in a long line of them. but did it do it well? And I'm gonna say 50-50, right? There's moments that I really like in this movie, and I think the connection between the actors is pretty rock solid. I like the charm, and I like the chemistry. I think it works pretty well for the most part. There is some cheap jokes that they put in here for light humor's sake, which really fall flat on their ass. And there's some other subplot storylines that is going on that you could really care less about. It's mainly the two leads and their romantic journey that they go on with one another that you really care for, more or less. I mean, yeah, they kind of spin Celine Dion songs in there to kind of make you want to buy them on iTunes and shit. Because Celine Dion deserves more money, I guess. Why not, dude? I mean, Celine Dion is even okay in here as well, man. I mean, I kind of have a soft spot for some of the Celine Dion songs. I mean, come on, man, that Titanic shit was epic. Okay, My Heart Will Go On, come on, man. So, it was nice seeing her first film role ever. She does okay for what it's worth. She's not anything amazing, not anything to exactly write home about, but I don't know, she makes the grade, even if it's a D+. I mean, she makes it work for what it's worth, man. It's your standard romance flick, right? They've fallen out of love, they're skeptical about one another, they're interested in each other, then there's a complication that gets in between them, and suddenly they come back and fall in love all over again after they realize that they are truly meant for one another. It's going through the motions, dude, and there's a little bit here that's worth it, and there's a lot of it that's really predictable and schmaltzy, and you've seen it time and time again, man. So take it for what it's worth. Is it a romantic time waster? Yeah, kinda, sorta. Is there a lot better ones out there? There really is. But for a little bit of basic romantic 2023 tale, to be fair, you could do worse. It has a little bit of charm, and sometimes charm is really all you need, and it does go a long way. And they do have a little bit of that, so not too bad, all things considered. And if you don't like Celine Dion, well, you're kind of shit out of luck. But if you do, hey, they milk it for all it's worth, baby. Oh, they do indeed, man. That's for damn sure, dude. And look at all the physical media love, all of the appreciation, man. I mean, all of the new release goodness, Guardians of the Galaxy exclusives as well. And of course, they still have all the old school releases too, which definitely whet the appetite. Not bad, baby, not at all. Ah, yes, more physical media goodness to check out. Never a bad thing, but I wonder if there's anything else. Of course there is. Did you seriously think this Walmart was going to skimp? Okay, to be fair, they have in the past, so I can't quite say I blame you. But no, this time, they definitely didn't. Let's dive into a little bit of new release indie love with Deadstream. Because if you're going to stream live, you might as well try dying for your followers. Really? Because I'm not going to lie, guys. I love y'all, but I ain't dying for your ass. Oh, a Shudder original, the DVD for $9.96. Ah, yes. Oh, a Gen Z version of the Blair Witch Project? That doesn't really sound appealing to me. I'm just saying, man. Oh, God. I got a chance to watch this on Amazon Prime, and I'm going to be honest with you, dude. I didn't really knew what I was actually stepping myself into, because, let's be real, when it comes to Shudder, the track record is very hit and miss. More miss than it is hit. There's times when they really do a fantastic job, and look, I call it out. But then there's also times where they really do a real shit job, and yeah, I'm calling that out too. So I'm like, okay, what is this going to be? Is this going to be one over the other? Is this going to be good? Is this going to be bad? Do I really want to find out? Well, yeah, I guess I did regardless. So yeah, I paid the money to watch Deadstream. But was it ultimately worth it at the end of the day? Because he's dying for his followers. But was it actually worth it for him to do that? That's the thing. So basically, this movie is about this disgraced internet YouTube personality who does some really stupid ass stunts, man. I mean, basically, he's like Jackass, but more irresponsible and more idiotic, if that kind of makes sense. Yeah, exactly, man. He does these crazy, weird stunts, these wild scenarios where he's exploiting certain groups of people, and yeah, I mean, people watch him, don't get me wrong, they really do, they love the dude, but also a lot of controversy that comes along with it. And he did a few stunts that got him in a lot of hot water. He's been sort of laying low, and he decides, you know what, I'm gonna come back in this epic live stream where I'm going to be in this haunted house alone by myself trying to survive. And of course, he's probably thinking to himself, well, look, I don't know if this is really going to be a crazy haunted thing, but if I do it, maybe I'll get back into the good graces of everybody and donate some of the proceeds that I get from this to some of the people that I kind of screwed over. So win-win, right? I'm back, and a little bit of goodwill. Hey, why not, right? But what he didn't anticipate is that the haunted house is actually really, really fucking haunted. I mean, seriously. And he's pissed off some very evil spirits that want to trap his ass for good. Yes, they definitely do, man. And all the complications and cringeworthy hilarity that goes along with it. Look, I'm gonna be honest, man. There is moments here that I do kind of like. Some of the makeup facts and the gore stuff is actually kind of cool, man. I did like some of the evil spirits and the look of them and how terrorizing they are and how just brutal and literally just never ending. I mean, my God, man. You think you get rid of one of them and there's like another one that comes right up on your ass. Yeah, they're unrelenting, to say the least. They really seriously are, man. And yeah, there's a few scares that do feel kind of genuine, that definitely get you going, so there is that. But outside of that, that's where the praise kind of stops, man, because there's a lot of stuff here that really just kind of pissed me off, man. There's jump scares in this thing that literally is just there to elicit a response out of you, a certain sound or a noise or a musical sting where you're like, come on, man, dude, that's cheap ass jump scare bullshit that just really pisses me off, man. If you can't give genuine scares and you have to elicit like a musical sting in order to actually get a response, then you're not really doing your job all that well, man. Just spitting facts. And on top of that, I might have actually liked the movie more if I actually cared about the guy who's trapped in the haunted house. Because this guy, he's a real prick. Alright, man, this guy is an absolute idiotic schmuck, man. And I'm being kind of generous because, yes, he's doing it kind of to at least apologize, but not really. He's doing it because he really wants to get back into the YouTube game. He wants to make money. This is a living. He used to be really popular, and now with the controversies, he's not so much. So he wants to get in the good graces of his fans again. He wants to make the money again. He's doing this for greedy reasons, man. He really doesn't give a fuck. It's only until the actual real horrific shit starts to get going, that evil spirits are actually haunting his ass, that suddenly he's like, oh my God, I forgive all the bad things I've ever done. Please, oh God, I didn't mean to do all of those things. Oh my God, I just want to survive. Please. That's exactly what he does, man. And I'm like, dude, you turn from a prick schmuck to an absolute pansy ass. In the drop of a hat, man. And I feel zero sympathy for this motherfucker whatsoever, man. I mean, there's moments where you kind of feel like, oh, maybe he's regretful, and other moments where you're like, dude, this guy really doesn't give a shit, man. And it just wavers from one moment to the next where you're like, oh, sympathy. Oh, he's an asshole. Hey, I'm kind of feeling a little bit of regret from him. Oh, damn. He just turned into a mega dickhead. Like, man, just goes from one thing to the next. And I'm like, okay, yeah, I don't know if I can really sympathize with that. Or maybe if he had a better personality. I mean, it's kind of weird, right? I look at characters like Devil's Rejects, man, Captain Spaulding and Baby and Otis, and they're really despicable people. They do evil shit, man. They're unapologetic, but I have a lot of love for them, and I really dig their characters, and I can't wait for them to do despicable shit. And I think the reason why is because those actors really bring something to that role that makes them likable. I mean, you could be an absolute scumbag and still be likable. That is possible. A lot of movies have proven that over the years. But this guy just doesn't give me any sort of sympathy whatsoever. He just feels like a prickish YouTuber who got his comeuppance and wants to come back into the cool kid crowd and deserves to be taken over by evil spirits and never seen from ever again. Trust me, there's a lot of YouTubers out there that I wish that would actually happen to. I won't name any names, but I'm sure you can guess some of them, folks. I'm sure you can, man. And I'm like, okay, these people deserve to go missing forever, and this dude is absolutely one of them. So I'm like, oh wow, a movie about a asshole YouTuber personality that gets trapped in a haunted house that ends up actually dealing with evil spirits that want to kill his ass. And you want me to try to root for him so that I'm wanting him to survive and not wanting the evil spirits to kill him? That's a tall task that Deadstream doesn't even come fucking close to achieving. Not even close, man. And even when he gets his comeuppance, right? Even when that ultimately happens, it's not really satisfying. You've waited all this time. They've given you all these teases and all these evil spirits that are coming after him. And the payoff is weak sauce at best, dude. I'm like, son of a bitch, man. God damn, dude, you can't even pull that shit off right. Fucking hell, dude. Look, there's moments that are good. There's moments that are kind of interesting, but it's aping off of a lot of other haunted house evil spirit movies and not doing it half as well. The comedy falls flat on its ass. The YouTube personality is just annoying as shit, and you just want him to die as soon as humanly fucking possible, man. You know, some of it has good moments and some of it is not so great. Actually, more often than not, it's not that great. Look, Deadstream tries, but it ultimately fails. Annoying YouTubers need to die in horrific ways. This at least does that, but it doesn't even do that really all that well either. So, I'm still waiting for a movie that has annoying YouTubers that die in very bad, horrific ways. There's been a lot of those out there over the years. Deadstream is yet another one of them, and they all fall flat on their fucking ass. Let the Buddy Games begin, spring break style. Okay, not that anyone was asking, but sure. In Buddy Games Spring Awakening, the DVD for $12.96. Okay. Buddy Games, wait a minute. Is this a sequel to another movie? I kind of feel that it is. I remember there being a movie called Buddy Games, and it had most of the same people in it. Jesus, wait a minute. You're telling me that that movie was successful enough to make a sequel? Who's buying this shit? God damn, man. All bets are off in the ultimate Buddy Games. Oh, great, wonderful. Kevin Dillon. Well, geez, he hasn't been relevant since, I don't know, Entourage. Josh Duhamel, which is a decent actor, but he hasn't been relevant since the earlier Transformers movies. And Nick Swartzen, that's, well, let's be honest, has never been relevant. What a hell of a group this is. Oh my god, man, jeez. I didn't even watch the first Buddy Games movie. It didn't really look all that good to me, so I kind of just said, fuck it, I'm not gonna even watch it, so I don't know if I'll ever really watch this. Wow, Nick Swartzen, schlubby dude in a manly six-pack shirt. Great. Have you ever seen Nick Swartzen's comedies? Because I have. And let me tell you something. Bucky Larson doesn't do it for me, folks. Holy hell, it really doesn't, man. Oh, God, man. Oh, yeah, it is the sequel to the hit comedy. Really? Is it really the hit comedy? Because I don't know anybody who saw Buddy Games and said it was a hit comedy, but apparently it is. I don't know who said it, but I want their names, I want their numbers, I want their addresses, man. Seriously. Oh, God. Maybe it's funny. Maybe it's not. I really could give a shit, to be serious with you. I don't know, man. The last time I actually liked Nick Swartzen was in Grandma's Boy. I really like that movie, dude. That's actually the only thing I've ever really liked him in. Kevin Dillon I used to love, man. The old school Blob movie, which is so fucking fantastic, man. And Josh Duhamel still does pretty well as an actor, but something tells me this is not one of those movies, dude. Older, middle-aged guys trying to do cool hip comedy. It can be done, very few and far between, but something tells me that this Spring Awakening probably needs a lot more spring cleaning, because this movie probably ain't cutting it. I gotta wear shades. Oh yes, my best friend is a vampire. Oh yeah, baby. The collector's edition Blu-ray digital for $12.96. Jesus, you can have so much fun with this movie, and they're selling buddy games for the same price. Which one you gonna get more mileage out of? Seriously, this isn't really a choice, folks. Oh man, oh, this is awesome. Vampires and teenagers are a lot alike. They're just misunderstood. Oh, you bet your ass they are, man. Oh, look at that. This is awesome. That is a great fucking cover. Oh, this is fan-fucking-tastic, man. I love My Best Friend is a Vampire. Seriously, it is really, really great. I saw this on VHS way back in the day, man, and I fell in love with it like a lot of people did back in either the late 80s or the early 90s. Whenever you saw it, you fell in love with just the awkward teenager becoming a vampire and instantly becomes cool because now he's a bloodsucker. And I'm like, oh my god, I can be cool just by sucking people's blood? Shit. I wish I would have found a vampire earlier in my life. Would have made all the difference in the world. Oh, it really would have, man. Damn, that is awesome, dude. It's just a great horror comedy, man, with some really great, funny, teenage, schlocky moments. A little bit of teenage romance mixed in, and a little bit of Van Helsing vampire hunter action mixed in. Ah, yes, man. It's got all the elements for a perfect stew. It really does, and it mixes it oh so well. And it's 80s cheesiness, to be fair, but it's good 80s cheese. I swear, guys, I really do. And I love Vestron. I don't know how many times I gotta say it, but this company does a really great job, not only with the artwork and the packaging, but with the special features as well. And they're putting out movies that I just absolutely adore. Movies where I'm like, oh my god, that never got a great release. Thank the Lord for Vestron, man. You know, these boutique labels like Arrow or Vinegar Syndrome, Severin, Scream Factory, you name it, all these really great companies, they are doing the Lord's work. They really are. When a lot of these major studios aren't doing shit, the boutique labels are definitely bringing the love, and Vestron is no exception, man. I own a lot of Vestron, and I might just have to add this to the collection. I just might, man. Look, I love vampire movies. I love cheesy vampire movies, and this is the best of both worlds. It truly, honestly is. If you've never watched this, definitely do it. You won't regret it. Oh, you won't regret it indeed. So good, man. Damn glad for Walmart carrying the Vestron love. Not bad. Hell, they even got a little bit of stuff for some little girls with Barbie, the 4-movie special collection. You know why this is out here, guys. Come on. Barbie is a huge thing right now with all of the little girls and the phenomenon with the live-action movies. So why not take advantage of it? I'm never gonna really watch the animated Barbie movies, to be fair, but that being said, I'm sure they're good. I'm sure they have their place. I'm sure people enjoy them. It's just not gonna be my thing, just put it that way. But hey, more pink in the world, more Barbie love out there, somebody's gonna be appreciating that shit. I'm sure it's worth it for somebody. For $9.96, 4 animated movies, man, little girls are gonna be jonesing for this crap. They will indeed, man. Not have bad for the physical media indie love. A little bit here, but a lot in the new release section, man. There's so much really great stuff we're showing off. Walmart definitely did their due diligence yet again, and I definitely appreciate it. Let's head out. If you want physical media love, you better get your ass to Walmart. Okay, well, maybe that's a little overdoing it. But that being said, hey, Walmart proved yet again this week that they definitely are delivering the goods. That's for damn sure, man. And not gonna lie, I really do appreciate it. Trust me, I remember the days when this Walmart wasn't giving me jack shit. So, hey, I'll take all the physical media love that I can get, a little bit of exclusive goodness, all the new releases, a little bit of indie love as well, a nice little mixture, and definitely gets me going for the physical media week ahead. Oh, absolutely it does, man. Not half bad indeed. I wish every place was like this, but not every place can be good old Wally World, right? Sure, said nobody ever. Hey, I'll take whatever physical media goodies I can get. They're definitely supplying it, and I'm appreciating it, and hopefully you guys do as well. So not half bad for the physical media appreciation. They should always be doing it, but hey, you gotta give them their due, and they definitely deserve it. So, not half bad. I hope you appreciate it. I definitely, absolutely, no doubt about it, do. But there is more physical media ahead. Hopefully, some more good releases at all the stores. So, how about we go searching just a little bit more? All right, everybody, we are at our second location, Target. But before I go in, well, you know I gotta talk to you guys about something. Oh, you know indeed. And look, the streaming world has a lot of ups and a hell of a lot of downs. And when you're Disney, sometimes it's more downs than it is ups. From IGN, volume of Marvel shows diluted focus and attention of fans, says Disney CEO Bob Iger. You don't say. Let's dive in, shall we? During an interview with CNBC, the studio had admitted that Disney has seen a lot of recent disappointments. Perhaps like Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania's underwhelming box office performance? Maybe. And put some blame onto the high volume of content being produced. There have been some disappointments. We would have liked some of our more recent releases to perform better. Marvel's a great example of that. They had not been in the TV business at any significant level. Not only did they increase their movie output, but they ended up making a number of television series, and frankly, it diluted focus and attention. That is, I think, more of the cause than anything else. Iger returned to the company as CEO late last year after he earlier stepped down from the role. Now it looks as though he has some ideas about what went wrong. One of the problems, he explained, is his zeal to grow his content to meet the demand of online streaming. That little chestnut. It's reflective not as a problem from a personnel perspective, but I think on our zeal to basically grow our content significantly to serve mostly our streaming offerings, we ended up taxing our people way beyond in terms of their time and their focus where they had been before. Makes sense. In terms of Marvel's creative output, we've seen the comic book studio steadily increasing its number of projects over the last decade. In fact, 2022 saw 9 new Marvel shows and movies headed to our screens. However, it's not just Marvel that has a bit of a content problem. Iger also admitted that Pixar fans have grown accustomed to its movies headed to Disney+. There were 3 Pixar releases in a row that went direct to streaming, mostly because of COVID. I think that may have created an expectation in the audience that they're going to eventually be on streaming, and probably quickly, and there wasn't an urgency. And then I think there was I think you'd have to agree, there were some creative misses as well. Maybe, sort of, kind of, but doesn't the buck stop with you? Just spitting facts, folks. Just spitting facts indeed, because, well, Disney's got a lot of in-house problems. A lot of things they got to work on, man. They really do. Now, look, isn't it weird that Bob Iger is criticizing the Disney Plus streaming platform when in fact it was Bob Iger who ended up really wanting to solidify the Disney Plus brand as one of the things that he really ended up championing before he left the company? Yes, it's very true, guys. Look it up, man. And yes, the new guy ended up basically overworking everybody, ended up really putting a lot of focus and shift onto the content on Disney Plus. Fair enough, but it was Bob Iger that started the whole thing, started the whole thought and idea of really bringing it to the masses as an option to counter other streaming services like Netflix, etc. He saw the money in streaming, he wanted to go that way, and Disney just kept on going where he was heading. So can we really blame Disney itself? Or maybe just Bob Iger. Who the hell knows? All I know is it's kind of fucked up, man. And look, you have to understand this. Streaming really became hugely popular because of COVID. COVID changed everything. The streaming outlook and the way that companies were releasing things, and people got comfortable. People got comfortable with these big name releases being on streaming platforms, and going back to the cinema was not really an option for them. And now, slowly but surely, a lot of these companies are backtracking because, oh, by the way, yeah, people have gotten too used to it. Now they won't even go to the cinemas anymore, so we've got to kind of change that. Now, that's not entirely the truth, because there is a lot of popularity within some of these movies that people will go to the cinema. If it's a good movie, if it's good marketing, if it's great word of mouth, people are going to go. But at the same time, Disney has really been hurting themselves. Way too much output of content from a lot of these sub areas of their company, like Marvel, that is just overproducing constantly and underperforming. And at the same time, with your release model on Disney Plus, you are so concerned with getting content onto that platform that you've lost quality. You've picked quantity over what should be the more obvious one, which is obviously putting out better material. You've chosen not in a good way, and it really has unfortunately shown. So this is a conundrum for Disney, and there is a way to fix this. There is a way to get things back on track, but it's going to take a long time to do that, man. There is no easy overall fix to this. There really isn't. And Disney has to really learn that, yes, these properties that they have are very popular. These properties are very precious, but that preciousness only goes so far, as in what they are making and what they are producing. Look at Star Wars. Star Wars was absolutely amazing. Star Wars was out of this world, sometimes literally. And slowly but surely, they've made lesser products. They've made some really good things, but a lot of things that were lesser than, and now the brand isn't as good as what it used to be. The excitement isn't as there, and now the same can be said for Marvel. Disney's overdoing it and under-delivering. And when your focus is on streaming will only get you so far with your money value. You need to have a little bit more to really make it worth people's while. You need to get people back into the cinema, back into actually having the movie theater experience. Disney was one of the people that really started down this trend of streaming, and now it's starting to hurt them in the ass. Bob Iger's right. They need to shift focus. But also, Bob Iger needs to put the blame on himself as well, that he got us to this point. Maybe it wasn't all his fault, but he started down the path that we're currently on, that now they're trying to take a detour on. Just saying. What do you think about this? Do you think he's right, or do you think that Disney has a lot of problems and he's one of them? Definitely let me know. But what about Target? Good releases? Bad? Let's go in and find out. All right, everybody, in a good old Target under the new releases, and look at this. My, oh my, what a wonderful day, baby. Indeed it is, because they actually have physical media, unlike, oh, by the way, last time, which was an absolute drought. It was a quicksand of terror for physical media, man. Nothing, not a know-how, no way, nothing. I mean, yeah, there's still some empty spots here and there, but compared to the previous video, this is heaven sent from God himself. Shit. I'll take whatever I can get, baby, especially when it comes to Target. This vastly improved. And I'm damn thankful for it, man. I was praying to the physical media gods, and they heard me. Just a little bit. Let's dive in, shall we? With a team that doesn't always get it right, but when they do, they kick all kinds of ass. Yeah, the Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, baby. The Blu-ray digital for $25.99. The 4K Blu-ray digital for $31.99. The DVD for $19.99. And they do have another edition, maybe, or maybe it's the same one for $31.99 as well. All I know is that they are out of a lot of Guardians of the Galaxy. I mean, it is very popular. Walmart is selling it, Target is selling it. I guess wherever you go, Guardians of the Galaxy is very, very popular, and rightfully so, because they do kick all kinds of ass. Just saying, man. Just saying, indeed. Ah, yes, you gotta love the good old team that James Gunn put together. Because let's talk about James Gunn, shall we? Because he's just as synonymous with Guardians of the Galaxy as Guardians of the Galaxy is with him. They kind of go hand in hand at this point, to be fair. They really do. You can't really say one without the other, truth be told. And whatever you think of James Gunn, one way or another, especially with everything that's going on with the DC stuff these days, you can't deny the fact that this guy was brilliant when it came to Guardians of the Galaxy. He truly was, man. He was the perfect architect to put this whole thing together. And in anyone else's hands, this might have crumbled. This might have been one of the worst ideas of all time. Because if you really think about it, on paper, Guardians of the Galaxy should not work. I mean, it should be an absolute train wreck. And under the right guidance, any project can either be an absolute failure or a complete success. And in this, James Gunn was absolutely pitch perfect for this. And I guess when it comes to Marvel, certain things fit better than others, right? You look at Jon Favreau and Iron Man, and yeah, I guess other directors could have done Iron Man, but just as good, as thrilling, and as a great first introduction to the Marvel Cinematic Universe, I'm not so sure, man. Or even look at the Russo brothers with Captain America, or even the last couple of Avengers movies. They knew what they were doing. They knew their concept, the story ideas, they knew how to execute it, and it came out perfectly, man. So it all really depends at the end of the day. And I guess you could look at somebody like Taika Waititi, right? And you could say maybe he could have pulled off Guardians of the Galaxy. Maybe. But the problem is, I think he would have overdid it with the comedy, with the shtickiness. And I think it might have ultimately been too ridiculous, schlocky. I think he might have went way over the top with it, man. Whereas James Gunn just knows that he could go so far with it before it gets overly ridiculous, gets enough of the comedy, enough of the mileage, and can kind of reel it back, man. And he's been that way for a long time. Even going back to the old school days of Troma, yes, he learned his wonderful tutelage under the guidance of Mr. Lloyd Kaufman himself, man. Ah, yes. Troma's weird, Troma's odd, let's be very fair, but when done right, it has a lot of heart. Ridiculous, quirky, very weird and bizarre, but it has its moments of high-class quality, man. It truly does. And of course, he's been doing it with screenplays like the live-action Scooby-Doo movies or the Dawn of the Dead remake, which is one of the best zombie movies in the past couple of decades. Is absolutely amazing. I mean, even some of the stuff that he's done, like Slither, which is so weird and odd, man. But yet, he was able to have enough of the really great character moments and a little bit of great relationship, heartfelt scenarios that actually made you care for what was going on screen, man. It just wasn't weird space slugs that was trying to take over the world, man. It was a little bit more than that. Or even look at Super with Rainn Wilson. I mean, yeah, it's kind of over the top. It's kind of dark and demented, but there's something about it that kind of pulls you into it. And that's James Gunn's style, man. It really honestly is. And look, not everybody is able to make stuff like this work, right? They're just not. I mean, even look at, again, Taika Waititi, who was great with Thor Ragnarok, but then with Love and Thunder, he kind of overplayed his hand, right? He was like, okay, I can go really over the top and really ridiculous. And I think he just went too far with it. James Gunn knows the perfect balance. He really does. And these Guardians of the Galaxy films absolutely prove it. And I'm just glad he did part 3. Because I remember when he was fired. I remember when he was let go and there was a huge firestorm of all kinds of criticism at Marvel and Disney and everything like that about what happened to James Gunn. And truth be told, I actually agree with the people who were hating on Disney and Marvel. I was like, you know what, man? The tweets were so long ago. He apologized for it. They knew all of the history that he had with all of his social media stuff. I mean, when you're doing a movie for Disney and Marvel, they're vetting you like a motherfucker, man. So they knew, okay? And it was the whole thing with the cancel shit, and he got in the line of fire with it. And I'm so glad that Kevin Feige fought for him. I'm so glad that the fans really wanted to bring him back, man. And Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 proves that it was the right choice to bring him back because he was that damn good, man. He really finished off this trilogy, this third volume, in the most perfect way possible. The best James Gunn way that he could. And look, I don't know where Guardians of the Galaxy is going to go next. I don't know whether they're going to continue with the new team. I don't know if another director is going to take over. All I know is James Gunn's done. He has said, look, I'm out, I'm focused on DC, I'm doing the next Superman movie, I'm guiding wherever DC goes, and good luck to Marvel, but I've said my piece and I'm gone, I'm out. And no matter what he does, Guardians of the Galaxy is a legacy that he leaves behind, which is absolutely rock solid, man. It's absolutely fan-fucking-tastic. And I pity the director that's going to come in and try to do another Guardians of the Galaxy movie, because damn, dude, they got big ass shoes to fill. And look, as somebody who is a Superman fan, as somebody who really invests in that universe and that character, man, you know, he's got a lot of heavy lifting to do, man. He really does. But if anybody can do it, especially modern day filmmakers, I put James Gunn up there, man. Will he ultimately succeed? I don't know. Stay tuned and find out, I guess. But I'm going to give him some leeway, because if Guardians of the Galaxy has proved anything, it's proved that this man knows how to bring together a crazy, wild concept and actually make it work, man. With the right tutelage, with the right guidance, like my Lord and Savior, Mr. Feige, anything is truly possible, man. And Guardians of the Galaxy prove that, yeah, it might be ridiculous, yeah, it might be over the top, yeah, it might be kind of insane, but with a little bit of creative madness, anything can be well worth diving into. Anything can be made a success. Even Guardians of the Galaxy. And James Gunn is the master craftsman of an insane group of characters that came together in all the right ways. Good-looking badasses, undead dogs, weird creatures that have longer tongues than Gene Simmons. You know we're talking about Resident Evil, baby. Oh, indeed we are, with Resident Evil Death Island, the Blu-ray digital for $22.99. Ah, yes. And as I mentioned over at Walmart, man, my relationship with this series has been anything but simple. Complicated? Yeah, that's one way of putting it. It really is, dude. I mean, look, I have a lot of respect for the Resident Evil series. I truly do, man. I remember when the first video game came out, and now, looking back on it, you're like, well, it's not all that scary, but when that came out, dude, you were playing that in the dark. You were scared shitless. Come on, man. Don't deny that shit. Okay? I mean, I came over to a friend's place, and I played it a little bit. Damn, man, that shit gave me nightmares. It really did, dude. It was dynamic. You had never seen anything like that before. And with the weird creatures and the zombies coming out of nowhere, you open one door and suddenly you're hit with a horde of zombies. Like, whoa, where the fuck did they come from, man? I mean, it was pretty cool for its time. And the Resident Evil series of video games has gotten even cooler and more dynamic and crazy and wild. And the designs of the creatures have been nuts. It's been pretty awesome, man. And you knew that Hollywood was gonna come a-calling. I mean, come on, you had to have known that shit. And indeed they did, with the live action series in 2002. Damn, man. Over 20 years ago, I saw the first movie in the theaters with Bob. Shit. I'm old as fuck. God damn, dude. What the hell, man? And I still stand by that first Resident Evil movie. To this day, that is still my favorite of any Resident Evil movie, animation, live action, you name it. It was just a really great, simplistic movie. Yeah, it didn't follow completely the video game timeline and story, but I thought it was pretty awesome. I like Mila Jovovich. I like the design of the zombies and the crappy CGI looking liquor. Oh man, I thought it was great, dude. I like the underground laboratory shit. I thought it worked, all things considered, man. Low budget, but I thought they did the best they could. And with every single installment, it got more convoluted and complicated and up its own ass. And it didn't really turn into horror anymore. It was more like an action adventure movie, and it sort of took the horror and like dialed it down to one, -1 at that, man. I mean, it was barely even horror, and it kind of sucked, dude. But the first movie, though, definitely would be considered horror in a big bad way. And I think they've always been trying to catch their own tail, so to speak, especially with Resident Evil, because the video games have always been so dynamic, and they've been trying to capture that magic in so many different forms, whether it's live action or even some of the animated movies like Resident Evil Vendetta, Resident Evil Damnation. They're all okay movies, but nothing like the video games. Even Resident Evil Welcome to Raccoon City, the recent live action reboot, which wasn't all that hot, man. It was just a hot mess. Even the TV series that was on Netflix. I mean, I only watched a couple of episodes, but oof, that was rough. I mean, maybe I'll go back and watch the rest of it, but wasn't that good, man. I'm telling you, dude. I mean, truth be told, Resident Evil is a very interesting concept. I like the idea of the crazy wild creatures and this T-virus, which is manipulating DNA and turning the world sideways and all over the place, and people who were normal are now looking like sick weirdo freaks, kind of like some people do nowadays, and they're not even infected with the T-virus. Damn. Oh man, dude. Look, I will always love the Resident Evil series, good and bad, right? I mean, the video games still are killing it to this day, but as far as other media is concerned, I think they've had a lot of downs and a little bit of ups. I mean, the Mila Jovovich stuff really got shitty with each installment. The animated stuff is good for what it is, but it certainly isn't anything to write home about. And don't even get me started with the rest of the reboot shit. God damn, man. Look, I think when it comes to video game properties, there's a lot of bad, there's a decent amount of good, and there's a lot of in between. Resident Evil hasn't always had a good track record, but it's still a popular series because of the concept and because zombies are fucking awesome. And, you know, who doesn't like a weird creature stalking and killing people? I mean, come on, we all enjoy that shit. I mean, so regardless of the quality, Resident Evil still remains popular. Will the rest of the media catch up to the video games? Maybe, kinda, sorta. I'm not holding my breath, but as I get older, I kind of find that fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. And I don't know if I'm gonna go back for a third time. But then again, I'm a glutton for punishment. So, Resident Evil, I may not always like you. I may not always think you're the best. You stumble a hell of a lot of times, but I can't quit your ass. So I'll come back for more. And God help my ever-loving soul. Maybe I should be infected by the T-virus. Because if I am, maybe I might think this shit is better than it actually is. Oh, God. And seriously, no amount of Tylenol or amoxicillin is ever gonna cure that shit. Being funny comes in all shapes, colors, sizes, you name it. Some people are able to do it better, some people are able to fall flat on their face, and some are just average at best. And thus we have About My Father. Yes, the Blu-ray DVD digital for $22.99. Let's talk about good old Sebastian Maniscalco. Let's talk about him indeed, because I'm not a big fan of new age comedians. I'm more of an old school guy. But as far as I know, this guy is hitting it big right now. He is extremely popular. He is really one of those people that is blowing up big time within the comedy realm. And well, he's trying to take that advantage and move into the movies. Yes, that old chestnut. There is a lot of comedians who have taken their skills to the silver screen, and, well, Sebastian is yet another one in a long, long, long line of them. Indeed, he is. And I guess to say a word of warning to Sebastian, because I think he has a lot of charm. I think he has a lot of charisma. He has a lot of potential. And he's following in a very successful line of comedians who have made the transition rather effortlessly, dare I say. I mean, people like Jim Carrey, Eddie Murphy, Rodney Dangerfield, Bob Saget. Oh my God, it could go on and on. Chris Rock, Mike Myers, Steve Carell, Steve Martin, Martin Short, Dana Carvey. I mean, there's been a lot of people, and I could go on and on. The list is long, man. Yeah, it's a list that, quite frankly, is pretty vast as far as successful comedians transitioning to the movies. A lot longer than you might think, actually. And yet at the same time, why were they successful? I mean, yes, you could argue that some people ended up getting a lift from Saturday Night Live, other people ended up getting a helping hand from a friend here and there. Yes, sure, those do help. But I think, for the most part, what really ended up making them successful is the fact that they took chances, they took risks, they did stuff that was original, that people had never really seen before and never really experienced, and opened their eyes to new comedic possibilities. And unfortunately, so much of it has already been done. It's hard to break through the zeitgeist necessarily. Sebastian has been able to do it, thankfully, but the transition to movies is yet another thing. And yet, there is cautionary tales of up-and-comers who were big for their 15 minutes, but anything past that, it never really stuck. I mean, look, for every Adam Sandler, there's a Pauly Shore, right? Yeah, I hate to say it, but it really is true. And look, I like Pauly Shore, but he's very relevant nowadays. Or even look at somebody like a Tom Arnold, who had his day in the sun basically because of Roseanne Barr, but who's really talking about that guy anymore? Or what about Dane Cook? Now I know y'all are thinking to yourself, well, Dane Cook was amazing. He was a comedic genius for the small amount of time that he was actually relevant, but that was very extremely short-lived. It was a one-trick pony that just never really stuck past the one trick. Okay, I'm just spitting facts, man. I mean, you look at Tom Green, it's the same thing. Andy Dick is the same thing as well. Hell, what about Carrot Top? Okay, I mean, chairman of the board, right? Oh, that movie kind of sucks ass, but hey, it was something. For what it was worth, man. I mean, look, for every success, there is always a failure. And so, my caution to Sebastian is that he needs to not only learn from the successes, but also learn from the failures as well. He's been able to be funny, get movie roles like in The Irishman. Yeah, he was actually in that, a few other ones as well. And now he wants to be the big man in charge. He wants to be the guy that literally is the main one, who is literally making everyone laugh, not the side character in a mob movie or the bit part in a comedy film. He wants to be the main attraction, and he really does need to take chances in order to do that. And I think this movie isn't really that. Yeah, it's got some good moments to it, it's got some good humorous laughs, but he's playing it rather safe, right? And you gotta be like a Rodney Dangerfield, man. You gotta be like an Adam Sandler or a Jim Carrey, really taking your own style and really putting it boldly onto the screen. And I don't know if those roles are really out there right now. Maybe you have to make them yourself, and maybe that's why he tried this movie. I mean, he actually helped write this movie, so he is trying. But we live in a social media world where we are on to the next story, we are on to the next phenomenon in the blink of an eye. So he really does have to continue to stand out from the crowd, stand out from the average, everyday comedian, and continue to do unique stuff, continue to do new things within the comedy realm to stay relevant. Can he do that? Easier said than done, but movies like About My Father is not really going to get him very far, not going to get him enough mileage. Good luck to Sebastian Maniscalco, because he has the chops, but will he end up being an Adam Sandler, a Steve Martin, an Eddie Murphy, or will he end up being a Carrot Top? Time will only tell. Even heroes aren't immune to alternate realities. Ooh, you bet that right. When we talking Justice League, War World, the Blu-ray digital for $22.99. Ah, very nice indeed. And you know what? I've always had at least a particular small interest in Elseworld style stories. I mean, basically, in a nutshell, what these stories are meant to be is more interesting and fascinating and outside of the norm of your regular superhero tale that you got all the time in comic book lore. And so it was outside the box, and I think a lot of fans really appreciated that. And there's a lot of really great DC Elseworld stories. I mean, ones like Kingdom Come and Superman Red Sun, Gotham by Gaslight, the Batman Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles crossover, which was pretty cool, actually, not gonna lie. I thought that was way better than it had really any right to be. Or even Batman and Dracula. Yeah, that's actually a thing. Dead serious, man. But one of my favorites has to be JSA Justice Files. Now, what's interesting with one of those stories is it takes place during World War II, and there's 1940s versions of Batman, Hourman, Dr. Midnight. Yeah, and they're in a race against the Germans in order to find this super secret weapon. And oh, by the way, that weapon just so happens to be the Man of Steel. Yes, indeed it does, man. And so they're in a race against the Germans, for the fate of the world is at stake. Oh, man. Nazis, superheroes, Hitler, and the fate of democracy itself. Oh, goddamn, man, you gotta love that shit. You guys know how much I love World War II stories, war movies, and on top of that, superheroes, comic book tales. So the two of them together, that would be really, really fucking cool, man. That would be awesome. That's one I would love to see translated to either live action or animation. That would be fucking awesome, man. But the thing about a lot of these Elseworld stories is that now with the whole multiverse saga that's going on with Marvel, or even a lot of the crossover stuff that happened with the CW, it kind of feels like we're just being barraged with all this Elseworld stories now, and they've kind of become a little less special. Back in the day, we only got them ever so often, and when we did, it was actually really special. Now, we see them all the time in comic books itself, and now they're splashed all over the silver screen and on TV, and so sometimes a little bit goes a long way, and when you end up getting barraged with so much of it, it feels slightly less special, and that's kind of where we are, man. I mean, Warworld is a cool concept, it's an interesting idea, but it just wasn't really executed the right way, all things considered. It really wasn't, man. Look, I will always love DC animated movies, and this one just didn't really fit the bill. Look, There's so many really great Elseworld stories out there. There is a ton of them. Some really amazing possibilities. Even if one doesn't really hit, that doesn't mean the next one won't. Hey, it's kind of like striking out, right? This is strike one. You still got a couple more to go. You really do, man. Hey, I will always love Superman, Batman, and luscious Wonder Woman. I will love them all. Maybe in a better animated tale, yeah, that would be nice. But even in a not so great one, it still is better than probably 90% of the shit out there. Hey, even a lesser DC animated movie still is pretty damn good, and I'll take what I can get. Elseworld stories are awesome. They're pretty damn cool. They're dynamic. They're hella entertaining, and I'll take a lot more of them. Now we're slowly going to pick up the Blu-ray of Paint with Owen Wilson for $12.99. We're gonna bring it up to camera just a little bit, show you the cover. Oh, look at the mountains and the trees. The colors are so beautiful. Don't you really love the colors? Oh, I do. They remind me of springtime, the wind breezing by, wind in your hair. Isn't it so breathtaking? Oh, indeed it is with Paint. Oh my God, man. Work hard, that's something. Oh man. This Bob Ross knockoff. And yes, it really is like a Bob Ross knockoff, man. When I first saw the trailer for this, I was like, he looks exactly like Bob Ross. Are we sure this isn't Bob Ross? Oh, no, it's not? Oh. Okay, oh, it's Carl Nargle? Oh, so it's the generic version of Bob Ross. Ah. Well, it is with Owen Wilson, so yeah, that kind of makes sense. Oh, man. And actually, if you really think about it, Bob Ross was kind of like the originator of ASMR, right? I mean, come on, really think about it, right? He's painting, he's like, I'm going to put the canvas on top of the easel. We're going to pick our favorite color, green, and we're going to start painting the forest. All the forest trees. Do you remember Mount Everest? Oh, it's so amazing. We're going to paint the mountains and get the colors in it. Maybe even a little waterfall. Oh, come on, man. If that isn't ASMR, I don't know what the fuck it is. I mean, seriously, man. Oh, dude. So, I was kind of looking forward to watching this thing. I got a chance to watch it on Amazon Prime because I missed out on it in the movie theaters. But then again, I heard a lot of people being like, you ain't missing much because it ain't that great of a movie. So I'm like, oh, no. Like, the Bob Ross knockoff movie is not good. Oh, fuck. God damn, man. I was kind of looking forward to it. Thought it was kind of really quirky, almost like a Wes Anderson-esque without the Wes Anderson part. So I'm like, okay, maybe it would be kind of cool. Maybe. I mean, it's about Carl Nargle, played by Owen Wilson, and he is Vermont's #1 public television powerhouse, and, oh, but by the way, a very successful painter in his own right. And people love him. They love his paintings and his personality, and he's a superstar within the Vermont public television excess world, and he's kind of gotten a little bit of fame from the locals and maybe even a little bit of a decent love life with a lot of the station ladies. And then there seems to be a new kid in town. This woman who tends to paint a hell of a lot more variety than he ever does. I mean, it's not just about mountains and valleys and rivers and trees. Sometimes you want a little bit more variety. And Carl is suddenly losing his popularity. And he's trying to struggle with dealing with that. Dealing with not being the big kid on campus anymore. And all the crazy, hilarious complications that go along with it. Oh, indeed it does, man. You know, look, I'll be honest. It's an alright movie. It's nothing to write home about, but it's not the dumpster fire that a lot of people are saying it is. I actually do kind of like Owen Wilson in this role. This guy who is kind of full of himself, but trying to be humble and charming all at the same time, and kind of sort of not really succeeding moment to moment, I guess. And him dealing with the idea of unpopularity and dealing with the fact that he's not the number one honcho anymore. He doesn't get everything he wants, and the ego is kind of dropping a bit, and he doesn't like that, and trying to learn to grow as a human being by learning about your faults in all the wrong ways. And Owen Wilson does pretty well accomplishing that, man. He's not half bad. I give him a lot of credit for what it's worth, man. He brings a lot of charisma and charm, and definitely is aping off of Bob Ross, man. This guy must have done a shitload of research on Bob Ross, because he is acting like Bob Ross like a motherfucker, man. Jeez, he's Bob Ross in everything but name, okay? He really is channeling that guy. Even, come on, the outfit. I mean, seriously, dude. Yeah, he's pretty good in here. I can see why he's the lead here. He's pretty solid. Most of the actors are pretty good, playing it for what it's worth. The drama and the comedy of it, trying to mix it together. Everybody does a pretty decent job. I just think some of the comedy falls very flat. Sometimes they're trying to go really broad with it and epically failing, and sometimes they're trying to go a little bit more quirky sensibility like a Wes Anderson, but they're not as clever at pulling it off as the master himself, you know what I'm saying? And I just kind of feel like the comedy is all over the place. Like, some of it is very sexual, other parts of it is very broad, other moments is very quirky, others are very slapstick. Like, it kind of feels like they couldn't quite nail down what the comedy aspects of this movie was. They're like, well, we'll kind of throw spaghetti at the wall, and some of it might work, some of it might not, but hey, we'll kind of go with it and shit. We'll kind of make it up as we go along, kind of like Carl Nargle painting. You know what I mean, man? And it doesn't always fully succeed, dude. I mean, A for effort, I suppose, but it could have been way, way better, man. If you had somebody like Wes Anderson directing this, if you had a certain type of direction that you wanted to take the comedy and really stick with it, I think you could have gone in some really unique areas, some really funny stuff, even like an Anchorman. And to be honest with you, there is moments in this movie that really does feel like they're aping off of even Anchorman style comedy. And again, it just doesn't work because it's kind of mixing and matching with the comedy elements, and you get a little bit of Wes Anderson comedy, a little bit of Anchorman comedy, a little bit of like broad Naked Gun shit, and you're like, dude, what the fuck is going on here, man? Like I said, the acting is solid, some of the directing is really good. It tries to go for the emotional gut punch and the heartfelt, heartwarming messaging, but it just kind of gets lost in the shuffle. I understand what they're trying to go for in the idea of somebody growing as a human being and seeing all of their faults and really learning to be a better human being and seeing the world from a different perspective. It's all there, but it's kind of a jumbled mess, to be honest with you. Look, I like Owen Wilson, and him with a big ass Jewish fro and looking like Bob Ross. He's kind of intriguing, maybe for a one-time watch, but as far as being a memorable comedy, it's anything but. Look, just stick with Bob Ross, because the Bob Ross knockoff, the generic version, is not one worth writing home about. Cowabunga, dude! Sit back, order some pizza, and relax with the 4K Blu-ray digital of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles for $21.99, dude. Michelangelo, Donatello, Leonardo, Raphael. Oh, they have seen better days. Oh, they truly have, man. I can't believe that this is getting the 4K upgrade love. This live action, well, I can't say classic because that's not even close, man. Well, it's not a bad movie, all things considered. I was kind of entertained by the movie. It had moments that I really liked. I thought it was decent for what it was worth. I mean, the Turtles hanging out with, well, Megan Fox. Well, if the Transformers didn't want her, I guess the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles are getting the sloppy seconds. Oh, God help us all, man. You know what? It wasn't half bad. It was kind of fun, enjoyable, but not nearly as good as the old school live action movies. I grew up with that old school live action movie from like the 90s and shit, man. That's my jam, okay? This was decent for what it was worth, but it wasn't exactly the greatest either. And the reason why we're even getting a 4K upgrade of this movie is because of the new animated Ninja Turtles movie that is coming out, which, by the way, looks fucking phenomenal. It looks absolutely entertaining as hell, fun. It really looks pretty awesome, man, all things considered. So they probably thought, well, look, let's put a 4K out of this and make a few bucks on the back end. Why not, man? But seriously, I think you could do a lot better than this movie. This movie's okay. All right at best. Not the best Ninja Turtle movie, but not nearly the worst either. So I guess they got that going for it. Hey, if you like Ninja Turtles, give this one a watch. But going with checked expectations, because Megan Fox's April O'Neil, well, let's put it this way. Her brains aren't exactly in her head. Just saying. Just saying indeed, man. Hey, look. I'll always love the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Even in an okay, average-ish movie, they still kick ass, man. I grew up with the Ninja Turtles, so even lesser than movies still pique my interest, baby. They still really do. Death, destruction, deception. Just another day in the world of The Last of Us, yes. The Blu-ray, the complete first season for $34.99. The DVD for $29.99. Ah, yes. Good old video game adaptation love. Actually done right. For a change. Yeah, pretty much, man. And it's interesting because I think a lot of people, as I said earlier, were very highly anticipating this. I think a lot of people thought it would stumble. Other people thought it could be really successful. It was a gamble. And, oh, by the way, the gamble paid off. But one of the creators of the show, I think Craig Mazin, ended up doing an interview on this podcast, and he was talking about video game adaptations, video game properties, and was saying, oh, hey, by the way, he doesn't want to see a lot of these ones that are coming down the line fail. He doesn't want to see that happen, man. And he cautions a lot of people. He said, look, just because a video game has great gameplay doesn't mean that it's always ripe to adapt it. I mean, look at something like Warcraft. World of Warcraft has great gameplay. And the movie kind of sucks balls. I mean, I'm just being honest with you. It's not all that great, dude. And a lot of people agree with me. It was very much a letdown. But I look at a series like The Last of Us, and the potential was there, and it achieved it. And you think about ones that could be great adaptations in the future. You look at God of War. You look at Red Dead Redemption. Even Knights of the Old Republic. I mean, you look at that stuff and you think, my God, that has amazing gameplay. That has amazing opportunities. But the creator of The Last of Us ends up saying, look, just because the gameplay is great doesn't always mean that it's worth it. I mean, yes, that could potentially translate to a really great movie or series, possibly. But the biggest issue that happens with a lot of these adaptations, whether we're talking about comic book adaptations, video game adaptations, whatever it may be, it doesn't matter. Anime, you name it. The biggest issue is the fact that the people that are creating it are not invested in the story. They're not invested in the characters and the mythology. They're skimming the surface at best. And I'm sick and tired of these watered down fucking stories. Dude, I'm sick of it. I'm sick of these properties being half-assed. I'm sick of that shit, dude. I mean, Look at other really fantastic adaptations, right? How is it that a property like Super Mario Brothers was able to really work? Because the people that were behind it really cared about it and really studied the material and the games and the story, and they actually made something that was worth it for fans of Super Mario, man. Or even think about over here, something like Sonic. That was really successful because the director and the writers actually cared about the Sonic story and the characters and adapting it in a creative and imaginative way for the screen. That's what we fucking need, man. And it's the same thing with The Last of Us. And to me, getting older, I don't got time for that shit anymore, dude. I really don't. When I was younger, I would watch all kinds of things, and some of it was shit, and some of it was good, and I'm like, hey, whatever, I'll just go on to the next thing. Now, being older, well, I don't know about sophisticated, but fuck it. You know, just getting into my later years, I don't got time to just watch crap for the sake of watching crap, man. I want to know that what I'm going to be diving into, the people that created it actually care about it, actually want to make something that is worthwhile not only for newcomers that are coming into this, but also for the fans themselves. And it doesn't matter whether it was Lord of the Rings or Star Wars or a lot of properties, Harry Potter, you name it, man. We need people to care. We need people to take this shit seriously and not just make a movie for the sake of making a movie for just a fucking cash grab, man. I'm sick of that shit. I'm absolutely fucking sick of it, man. I've seen enough video game adaptations that were absolute dog shit and crap and fucking garbage, man, simply because they never paid attention to the story or the characters or anything like that. All they saw was the gameplay. They saw a little bit of cool imagery and they're like, oh, we can make that into a movie and put it out there and have a big star in it and somebody's gonna watch the motherfucker. Now people are actually starting to care now about their entertainment. People are now starting to say, look, yeah, you can put something together that is just slapped together and have a big star in it and whoop-de-friggin-do. Who gives a shit? Actually give me something that's worthwhile. Actually something that I can invest my time into and care about, instead of this just watered down and insignificant shit. And I think that's one of the things that I love about The Last of Us, is the fact that whether you really like these characters or the world or even cared about the show, you have to appreciate the fact that the creators went out of their way to really focus on the story and really pay attention to the details of the games in order to actually make something that was worthwhile and respectful. We don't get that all the time anymore. I think we're slowly starting to now. I think more people are paying attention, and maybe the tide is turning. Maybe when we get a Red Dead Redemption adaptation, maybe when we get God of War or even Knights of the Old Republic, God, wouldn't that be awesome? Maybe those creators will care. Maybe they'll actually think it's worth it to actually put something together and not just this CGI mess that nobody gives a shit. Maybe. But we'll see. You know, I'd like to believe that The Last of Us is going to start a trend that will continue on to better adaptations and better series. Who knows? But in the meantime, it's a dime a dozen. And I'm damn glad that I watched it, dude. Look, I've been around a long fucking time, man. I've seen a lot of shit. Especially when it comes to video game adaptations, man. Okay? And I want quality now. I'm sick of quantity. I want quality. And if The Last of Us gets us closer to that, then consider me a big, big fucking fan. I want to invest in movies and TV shows where people give a crap and actually care. And The Last of Us proves that if you do it, you can do it pretty damn successful. Actually caring about the source material and adapting it the right way. Who'd have thought that actually would pay off? Who'd have thunk that? Do do boom do 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 Ferris Bueller's Day off the 4K digital do 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 24.99 do 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 bow down 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 say Ferris. Let me tell you something. That's a campaign I can get behind. Oh, it truly is, man. Ferris Bueller's Day Off is getting the 4K upgrade. Love. Oh, my Lord, do I love this movie, man. I grew up watching this VHS, baby. Damn, man. This is one of, and will always remain, one of my favorite high school movies of all time. I love Matthew Broderick here. I think he is charming as hell. He exudes charisma like a motherfucker in this role, man. And lest we forget the fact that this was directed by the classic 80s filmmaker himself, John Hughes, and he milks the comedy for all that it is worth. It is so fantastic. All of the great comedic moments, all of the great memorable dialogue and the settings. Oh my god, dude, I got a guy at work, seriously, who quotes Ferris Bueller like a motherfucker. This guy is in his like 60s. All right, or like even early 70s, man, and he is quoting Ferris Bueller like crazy. He comes up to me and just has a random quote like, "Oh, I'm the sausage king of Chicago." And I'm like, "Oh yeah, Ferris Bueller, okay, man." Seriously, dude, it knows no age group, knows no bounds. I mean, seriously, everybody from all corners of life love Ferris, man. And I can see why, because he's just a cool ass dude, man. He really is. Man, all the great hijinks in this movie, all the great heart and charm and humor just wrapped into one. It's such a great story that anybody can relate to, trying to get out of a day of high school pretending to be sick and just making a full-on fun day of it, man, and all the hijinks that you get into. It's so great, man. I've always loved it. I've always wanted to be like Ferris, man. I always wanted to have that one day where I faked out of getting out of school and just had a wild adventure, man. I think we all do. It's just so relatable in so many ways, man. It's so fucking fantastic. And you know, there's certain movies that even if they're made in a certain decade like the 80s and they're very much feeling like an 80s movie, just transcends the time and can literally be watched no matter what era you're in. Even in 2023, you can still relate to Ferris Bueller and you can still relate to The Cause, man. It's so great. It's so fucking awesome. I love everybody here. Just absolutely fan-fucking-tastic, man. Alan Ruck is great here. Mia Sara is awesome. Ben Stein in his small role, man. Everybody does a great job here. This is one of the best 80s comedies, but also just one of the best comedies of all time, period, man. It's just so fucking entertaining. And man, the replay value on this is absolutely fucking epic. And to have it on 4K, the Ferris hijinks in high def quality, that is pretty goddamn cool, man. If you've never watched it, what are you doing with your life? Get down with some Ferris Bueller love, because you will not, and I mean not, regret it, man. Some motherfuckers will always be instantly cool no matter what. And Matthew Broderick, with this one role alone, proves that you can stay epically cool and live on forever in the right role. Ferris, I think he deserves that day off. Cover up for him, make any excuse you want, because this man deserves to have one hell of a day all to himself. And you can revisit it in glorious 4K style. Crime and murder go hand in hand in Maggie Moore, but to be fair, it kind of goes hand in hand in a lot of instances. I mean, Murder, She Wrote? Just saying, man. It's not like it's original. It just continues the trend. Yeah, the Blu-ray for $14.99. Interesting to see this yet again. And you know what stands out to me when I look at this is Tina Fey, man. You know, I gotta say a couple things about Tina Fey. It's not like I hate Tina Fey, because I don't really hate her, but I don't exactly love Tina Fey either. I appreciate her as an actress, a creative force per se, but I don't know if I've really loved a lot of things that she's done, man. I appreciated her time on SNL and what she did, especially the whole Sarah Palin impersonation shit, which was absolutely brilliant. But I come from the old school of SNL. I mean, you think of Gilda Radner or Molly Shannon, Sherry O'Terry, a lot of those old school actresses that were on SNL for a long period of time that really cemented their legacy, man. And Tina Fey, I just never thought was as funny as a lot of those old school SNL members. I just never thought she was, man. I think she tried, she gave it a lot of effort, but I don't know if it entirely worked, man. I mean, even on a show like 30 Rock, which I don't necessarily hate, but I don't really love 30 Rock either. I think Alec Baldwin really made that show more than anything else, man. I mean, the dialogue was great. She definitely had a hand in it. Writing and creativity and directing, I get it, man. But as far as being in front of the camera, I don't know, man. It's never been my jam. She's never really buttered my bread. Per se, man. She never really has. I mean, some movies are better than others not so much, like Baby Mama. Eh. I don't know, man. She's alright, I guess. I mean, I think I appreciate her creativity more behind the camera than anything else. I heard a rumor that she might take over for Lorne Michaels when he retires from SNL as the creative force of that show, which, by the way, I highly endorse. I think she would be really great at that. But in front of the camera, not so much, man. I mean, I give her credit for doing something a little different outside the box, a murder, crime mystery, something, outside of her foray. I mean, I appreciate actors who do something a little bit different. Robin Williams, of course, doing something like 1 Hour Photo, or Jim Carrey doing something like Number 23. I mean, something outside of the wheelhouse, something that challenges them in a little bit. I appreciate that, but it depends on how they pull it off. Some do it better than others. Tina Fey, not quite sure, man. She was the Cat's Meow for a really long time, and now she's just kind of been there, done that. Maybe this is good, maybe this is bad, not really sure, I'll ever find out, but, well, if you like Tina Fey, and you like her in a drama role, few and far between, sure, why the hell not? Why the hell not, indeed, man. And what an interesting bit of physical media love we got here, man. A lot that we dived into, a lot of really great media, and oh, I'm so happy to see it all. But maybe there's just a wee bit more. Oh, indeed there is. Just a little bit, but hey, a little bit goes a long way, especially when we're dealing with love, romance, and Celine Dion with My Heart Will Go On and On. Yes, the Blu-ray digital of Love Again for $24.99. And I know you're still impressed by my Celine Dion impersonation, my singing capabilities. You don't need to say it. I just get the vibe. Oh, indeed I do, man. And I was thinking about this because this movie is nothing necessarily to write home about. It's okay, average at best, would pass you by if you just weren't really paying attention. But what really makes this interesting is Celine Dion herself. Yes, it's a more fictionalized version of Celine Dion, not the real deal necessarily, but the fact that she is acting, the fact that it's her first time on screen, that's a big deal, or at least enough to get people to watch the damn thing. But what about other musicians who had fictionalized versions of themselves on the big screen? There's actually quite a lot. I mean, you think about Eminem with 8 Mile, which, yes, is fictionalized, but there's a lot of truth in that motherfucker. Alright, there really is, man. Far more than you can possibly imagine. Then again, you also look at something like A Hard Day's Night with the Beatles, baby. And that's actually kind of accurate, especially for the craziness and the mania that was Beatles way back in the day. But then again, you get a little bit more less truth, like Crossroads with Britney Spears, that, yeah, has barely any accuracy to that whatsoever. Or Glitter with Mariah Carey. You remember that movie? God, I think it's like 2001 or something. I mean, that's a pretty crap movie, man, but yeah, something tells me that wasn't exactly her life story. All right, just saying, man. And even more stretching it with Spice World from the Spice Girls. I mean, I like the group, don't get me wrong, but yeah, something tells me that ain't even close to the whole facts, baby. That's not even, man. I mean, even think about Moonwalker back in the day. Yes, that Michael Jackson anthology film with the short stories and music videos that was based on his persona. I mean, that was a wild film, man. It had some cool moments to it, though. It really did. It's been so long since I watched that motherfucker, man. God, it's been ages, bro. Jeez, dude. Man, talk about a blast from the past that is. So there is musicians who have been actors that have taken their own selves and made personas and fictionalized versions in movies. Hell, even a movie like Stuck on You, the Fairley Brothers flick that had a version of Cher in it. So, I mean, they've done a lot of stuff with musicians trying to have their own personalities in a movie. Some are better than others, fair enough, and yet we have another one with Love again, and I think Celine Dion does a pretty good job. I mean, I don't know if I'd necessarily be taking love advice from her, but that being said, she's alright, dude. The problem is that outside of the Celine Dion connection, this movie doesn't really have much else. It's the same love story of people who are out of love, getting back into love, and the complications of that, and how they find one another and the struggles. I mean, it's all the same thing you've seen over and over again. And I like a good romantic movie, a romantic comedy movie. I love stuff from way back in the day, man. You've Got Mail, Sleepless in Seattle, When Harry Met Sally. I love all that stuff, dude. But for me, this movie's not really doing anything new outside of that, man. I think that's probably why they brought Celine Dion in, because, well, let's try to at least flavor it up a little bit and maybe get somebody to watch this goddamn thing. It kind of worked, but kind of not at the same time. Hey, you need an angle nowadays to really get people to watch a movie, and if Celine Dion kind of does it, sure, why the hell not go for it? There's a lot of great love stories out there. There's a lot of really great movies about love. This is yet another cog in the machine. Memorable? No. But hey, for Celine Dion, hey, my heart will definitely go on. Being badass isn't easy. Just ask Gerard Butler. Come on, man. The Blu-ray DVD digital of Kandahar 4. Ah, yes, $22.99. And look, as I said earlier, the movie's not really all that great, not really all that memorable, and Gerard Butler kind of comes off as a wet noodle. I mean, he has some moments of badassdom, to be fair, but man, he just doesn't have the impact for me. I mean, Keanu Reeves isn't always the greatest actor, but damn does he impress, man. Why can't you be more like Keanu, man? I mean, come on, bro. I mean, seriously. I mean, I'm not expecting you to be Jason Statham levels. Maybe try to match Michael B. Jordan, or maybe even Adam Driver. Shit, dude, something. I mean, look, I've liked him in various movies, 300 and Cop Shop and Greenland, and hell, he even is kind of living it up a little bit in Gods of Egypt. I mean, cheesy, but I mean, he's relishing being the bad guy, and sometimes he's really good as the bad guy, but I don't know, dude. Like, at this point in his career, it's not like I'm going out of my way to really watch a Gerard Butler movie. Like, I go out of my way to watch Keanu Reeves or Statham or hell, I mean, shit. Mario makes more of an impression from me than Gerard Butler does, dude, these days, man. I mean, he's still a working actor. He's still doing these generic action movies, and if you need a generic action guy, that's who you get. I mean, yes, you could get Sam Worthington or Gerard Butler. Actually, I'll kind of give Gerard Butler a little bit of credit. He's a step above Sam Worthington. I mean, that ain't saying much, but I mean, it is a positive. It is, okay? I'll fully admit, man. And like I said, dude, I mean, certain properties are better for him than others. I mean, doing the whole, like, White House is falling or all that shit. I mean, yeah, it works. He's good in that. He has some badass moments, but it's like straight to TNT movie garbage, man, is what it is. If you can't get Matt Damon, if you can't get Keanu Reeves, hell, if you can't even get Chris Pine, and that's saying something, then I guess Gerard Butler's gonna have to do. Look, Bruce Willis is retired. Clint Eastwood is way too goddamn old, and Tom Cruise costs way too much fucking money. So you're shit out of luck, man. Gerard Butler might just be your best bet, okay? He truly might be. You'll get your value. Can't say it'll be the best you've spent, but you're getting some kind of quality. Well, good luck with that. Just saying, man. Just saying indeed. Well, it's something, all right. Gerard Butler still has a career, and, well, that gives me all kinds of hope. Not really. Not really indeed, man. Well, hey, they had some more new release love, and that cannot be a bad thing. And this week has been pretty good for Tarjay all around. Pretty damn appreciative of it, especially after the last video. I'll take what I can get, man. Let's head out. Well, it's about damn time. There was a part of me that as I was entering into Target this week, thinking to myself, oh my god, it's going to be another week where there's literally going to be nothing. Really? You're going to make me suffer again? And I thought about that. I thought it was going to happen. But no, they delivered the goods. They had the media this week and actually decided to finally put out the media previously as well. Would have been nice that other week. But, I guess beggars can't be choosers. So just saying, man. But at least they had the goods, at least they had all the great additions, and even some stuff we hadn't seen yet. So all things considered, I can't quite complain. Hey, nobody is perfect, especially Target of all places. Trust me, I think I've proven that enough, haven't I? Yes, I have. So A for effort. At least they finally did their due diligence, because if they didn't, I was gonna bitch and complain like a motherfucker. I really was, man. But frankly, hey, I was expecting the worst. I got the best, and hey, this time around at least, they made me a very happy physical media boy, and I hope it did for you as well. Just a wee bit, I hope so. But hey, the goodwill this week, man. We've had great stuff at Walmart, great stuff at Target. Will the trend keep on continuing? Well, I hope so. How about we keep on rolling to the next store where hopefully the good vibes keep going. All right, everybody, we are at our third location, the second Walmart. I'm going to go in and check out all of the indie titles if they have them. And if there is some that are worth showing off, I'll bring it back to Film Fan 108 HQ to each and every one of you. But before I do that, I got to talk about a trailer with you guys. And I'm a believer. Sometimes a little bit too much. But when it comes to The Exorcist, well, that's a whole nother thing. Indeed it is, because Exorcist is back, whether you like it or not, in The Exorcist Believer. Is coming this October season, Halloween time. Whew. I bet you can't wait. Oh, well, maybe, kinda, sorta. Okay, so here I am in the movie theater with John, ready to go see Oppenheimer, right? And we're gonna be watching the trailers. I didn't know what I was in store for, to be fair. I really had no idea. I'm like, okay, maybe we're gonna get this trailer or that trailer. And suddenly, we get Exorcist Believer. And at first, I didn't know what this trailer was, right? So these two little girls, they're at school, they go missing for a few days. I'm like, okay, did they get kidnapped? Was it an assault thing? Was it this mystery demonic entity thing? I don't know what it is. I just don't know what I'm walking myself into to the trailer. And slowly they're like, well, something mysterious happened to them. And I'm kind of intrigued. I'm like, okay, what is this, man? And then they show a picture of Ellen Burstyn. And I'm like, wait a minute. The mother from The Exorcist? I'm like, wait, what? And so suddenly, he keeps on going, and I'm like, oh, Okay. This is the long anticipated requel or whatever you want to call it, sequel. I don't know what they're saying these days, man. But yes, the official long awaited, anticipated next chapter in the Exorcist saga. Of course it is, man. And I think the trailer is good. I actually kind of like the trailer. I don't love the trailer. It has a lot of moments where it's just aping off of the other Exorcist movies, and it's the same old thing you've seen many other times before. They go into a church and, you know, they're disturbing the congregation and they're acting all weird and shit, and they're in the bed and they're like, oh. They're just all going all crazy and nutty and shit. Like, it's just the same stuff, going through the same motions in the trailer, but it had some interesting, creepy moments that I kind of did enjoy. Okay, so fair enough, man. But there's a part of me that is also very hesitant about this movie, man. And there's a few reasons why. Number one, the Exorcist series has been through the goddamn ringer, man. I mean, truly, the first Exorcist movie is still, to this day, the classic, the gold standard for any Exorcist movie, no doubt about it. And that was back in the 70s, dude, okay? If you go on YouTube, you watch newsreel footage of people going into the movie theater watching that, people were fainting, they were on the floor praying, they were just totally shocked and stunned by this movie, man, and nothing will ever compare to that. And I think the sequels have always been a little bit of hit and miss. The first sequel was kind of a dog, let's be fair. The third one is actually really solid. And then, long time after that, we got the prequels, which actually, the prequels aren't terrible. I know I like one over the other, but I haven't seen them in a really long time. Maybe worth a revisit, actually, but they're not terrible. Then they did the TV series, which was actually pretty good, but that got canceled way too soon. And now with all of these Exorcist movies that have come out since then, all of the copycats and the knockoffs, you've seen and experienced everything. What is this movie gonna do that you haven't already seen? I hope they do some really creepy, weird, strange, haunting imagery, some really great moments that get under your skin and really affect you emotionally and mentally. Like, that's what I'm hoping for ultimately with this. And I'm hoping they can pull off the impossible, because you really are tempting fate, man, to try to make a long-awaited sequel continuing the story so many years later, so many decades later, and trying to ape off of a perfect movie. That's not easy. But then again, we're talking about David Gordon Green here. This is the same guy that did the recent Halloween trilogy, and we all know how that went, guys. We all know how that went, okay? Maybe Halloween 2018 isn't so bad, but Halloween Kills ain't that great, and Halloween Ends, man, sucks a big, fat, gnarly cock. Okay? It is really fucking terrible, man. So, this is the same guy who has recently ruined the Halloween franchise and is now bringing that same sensibility over to the Exorcist franchise. And man, something is smelling rotten in the state of Denmark, okay? Fucking hell, man, it really is, dude. David Gordon Green does not have any goodwill right now. He just does not, okay? And so, I think a lot of people are going into this very skeptical. I am, I know John is, a bunch of the guys are, I'm pretty sure most people are. Because, yes, Halloween is a really great franchise. It's had its ups, it had its downs, still iconic, but The Exorcist, man. The Exorcist is a brand unto itself. It is literally, like I said earlier, the gold standard. And you are trying to add to that gold standard. You are literally trying to add to the legacy. Either you're going to add to it and make it great, or you're gonna fault like a motherfucker. I don't know what's gonna happen, guys. I really don't. The trailer looks alright, but look, we've had trailers that have looked okay, kind of the Halloween ones, and look where that ended up. I'm just spitting facts, man. Okay, look, I'm gonna see it. I'll be in the movie theater seeing it, but I got expectations, man. And Gordon Green, if you don't do your due diligence, somebody's coming after your ass. And it might just be me. What do you guys think about this? Is this going to be on your must-watch list, or is this going to be one of those ones where, oh man, we're tempting fate in a big bad way, and if you ruin this, man, ain't no one ever going to forgive your ass. Let me know what you guys think about that. But in the meantime, what about the third location, the second Walmart? Are we going to have something good, or is it going to be a big fat nothing burger yet again? God only knows. How about we go in and find out? All right, everybody, in at the good old second Walmart, back for, I'm hoping not a disappointment, but look, I'm getting sadly used to the fact that this second Walmart is not performing nearly as well as it used to. I mean, seriously, it's just downright disappointing at this point, and I'm just kind of accepting it for what it is, man. So this week has a lot of really great physical media and a lot of the stores. So does that mean that that translates to great indie oddities and weirdness here at the good old second Walmart? Well, I'm gonna be honest, late on the line, we ain't got shit. Oh man, yes, yet again, we ain't got nothing, no how, no way, not a zippo zilch crapola. Yep, yet again, man. I mean, they have the new releases out, but frankly, it's all the same stuff that we've seen at Walmart before, and nothing that's really standing out and separating from the rest. All the same things over and over again. Come on, where's the variety? Where's the different stuff, man? Let's get in the craziest, weirdest shit possible. Remember when we used to do that? Yeah, we don't do that anymore. Maybe one day we will. I'm the ever hopeful optimist that hopes that we will do that at some point, but I'm starting to accept the inevitable. And that's not a good thing, folks. It's really not. So let's hope that next week turns it around. I highly doubt it, but hey, keep on dreaming, huh? Yeah, exactly. But since there's nothing here, and that's a goddamn shame, how about we head to the next place, which hopefully will have the physical media love that this place is sorely lacking. All right, everybody, we are at our fourth and final location, and you're looking for physical media goodies. Yes, you can go to all the normal, everyday, regular places you find your media, or you could go to a bookstore that supplies all the best releases at high prices. Wow. Who wouldn't want to go? You know where we're at, and that is none other than yes, Barnes and Nobles, baby, back at good old BNN for hopefully more physical media hijinks. Let's hope it is indeed, man. They've been stocking stuff pretty regularly. They've had some good releases, and let's hope this week continues the trend. How about we go in and check it all out? All right, everybody, we are in at Barnes and Nobles, BNN goodness for some physical media hijinks. New release madness? Oh, I'm already starting to see it, baby. Let's dive in with sometimes a TV show, a unique one, can definitely bring the emotions, the feels, and relate back to society at large. Even video game adaptations, oh, you bet your ass it can, with The Last of Us, the Blu-ray for $45. Well, for some Pedro Pascal goodness, I consider that a steal. Oh, well. You bet your ass I do, baby. Not bad, man. You know, look, I'm gonna be real here. Television shows nowadays, especially successful ones, they're a dime a dozen, dude. I mean, they really are, man, because there's so much TV that gets thrown at us every single season, right? And only a very few actually really stick the landing, actually ever get an audience, or at least a big enough group of people watching that makes the studio or the company want to actually continue it. It's not easy breaking through the zeitgeist, man. It really isn't. And The Last of Us has proven that when you make a quality show, it's gonna attract attention, word of mouth. People are actually going to be interested, especially in the streaming age. I mean, think about it. With all of these sites, Amazon Prime and Netflix and Disney Plus and Peacock, and I could go on and on and on, man. Apple TV, you name it. the fact that we're getting thrown so much content in our faces, spaghetti to the wall, and some of it is sticking and some of it isn't, and they're just really just trial and error at this point. And The Last of Us proves that if you actually put some really great money behind this, some creativity, people who give a shit, you're going to trump the quality over quantity, as I said earlier, man. You really honestly are. And video game adaptations, especially TV ones, have not been good in the past. Okay, they tried with Street Fighter. True story, they did. And it failed. They tried with Mortal Kombat. Look that shit up. I ain't lying. And it failed out rather epically, okay? Hell, they tried with Resident Evil on Netflix, and it didn't. Why? Because they weren't caring about the actual emotion and the story and actually giving people an interest outside of, oh, well, this imagery here and this character there, and we have to make sure that they're wearing the right type of outfit, because if they're not, it doesn't look like the character. And what about their storyline and the emotional investment and the payoff? Ah, fuck that shit. I mean, that's what it is, guys. That's the truth about it. And look, we've been through a lot with video game adaptations. We are technically in a golden age of them, or at least starting out within a golden age. And Last of Us, hopefully, is not the exception. It will actually be the rule. But again, time will only tell on that one, guys. But in the meantime, cherish these good adaptations that we're getting. Cherish The Last of Us, because if you don't, you're gonna wish you had. Just saying, man. I mean, you got over 2 hours of bonus content, never before seen featurettes, The Last of Us Stranger Than Fiction, from levels to live action. I mean, look, I am no longer a video game lover. Yes, I still have a PS4, and I occasionally play every now and again when I actually have the time. Lord knows that's a rarity, but I do. And a lot of these video games, they play like a story, like a full-on movie, series, you name it. I remember playing Enter the Matrix years ago, the promotional video game for Matrix Reloaded, and it felt like I was playing a movie. It felt like I was really involved with these characters, this side story in this bigger universe. That's what video games are doing nowadays. They're whole properties unto themselves. So sometimes you don't even need a live action adaptation to get a full-on great story and great characters. You just play the game itself. So TV and movies need to step it up in order to make an investment to the fan base, to the casual moviegoer. I think we're slowly starting to get there. It's going to take a lot more time to really make it stick, but The Last of Us proves that you can do it with the right effort behind it. Here's to hoping for a really great second season of The Last of Us. And I know I've heard some rumblings about, well, I don't quite know whether or not it's going to work out for the second season and certain storylines, and I don't know if the actress playing Ellie can really pull it off, and I don't know whether they're going to have to do major time jumps. I think there's a lot of skepticism about a second season going forward, especially how good the first season was. But look, I want this to be successful. I want this to continue to be great, because if it is, that only means good things for video game adaptations moving forward. A success of one thing breeds more success in future adaptations. Just speaking the truth, man, it honestly does. So more success for Pedro Pascal, more success for The Last of Us means that we get better quality. You know what? I like the sound of that. Afghanistan didn't know who they were messing with until they met up with Gerard Butler. Yeah, this is a Blu-ray DVD digital for $36. I'd say it's worth it, but I've seen better Gerard Butler. Just saying, man. The only thing more dangerous than the mission is the escape. Well, yeah, I guess. I mean, it could have been more dangerous. It could have been more exciting. It could have been a lot of things. I'm just being real, dude. I mean, to be honest with you guys, I've told you before, I'm really liking these Afghan-Iraq war movies, and I feel we're going to get a lot more of them in the future, man. It's going to be a whole new war movie subgenre, is the Iraq-Afghanistan war. I really do believe that, man. We're going to get some really great, gripping stories. On the other hand, we're also going to get movies that are a little less than impressive, and that's kind of where Kandahar comes in. And I just hope that there isn't fatigue when it comes to these stories. And what I mean by that is, the reason why I love the World War II movies as much as I do, or even the Vietnam War movies, and I really love those ones a lot, is because there's variety, right? There's some really great action war movies, there's some really great psychological, really getting into the mindset of the war and the after effects of it, and there's even movies that really deal with the political ramifications of the war as well. So there's all different types of ones within the Vietnam War movies and the World War II movies that really intrigue me. It's not just about the war itself, it's about a lot of things in between it or other aspects of it, which is really intriguing to me. I don't know if we've really got that yet with the Afghan-Iraq war stuff. I think we will in time. This new subsection of war movies is just really getting started. It's really in its infancy more than anything else. And there's been only a small handful, actually, of movies that have actually really been about that. But again, there's been some really great, wonderful ones that I've really liked, like 12 Strong, which has been amazing. And of course, the really great Guy Ritchie movie that oh my god, man, that's a fucking phenomenal movie, dude. God damn, that's great. So, I guess to say that, just like with World War II movies or Vietnam movies, it's not always going to be excellent. There is going to be stumbles and falls and movies that promise to be really exciting and turn out to be anything but an actual complete dud. And that's kind of where Kandahar comes in, man. I mean, it has moments that I kind of like. There's moments where I kind of like Gerard Butler and I kind of like the dangerous scenarios, but it could have been so much better and so much more. It just kind of wastes its time with a lot of meaningless characters and stories that just drag the movie down, man. Sometimes a good, simplistic, get in, try to get out, and the dangers of that is all you really need. And to mess it up with all this complicated bullshit sometimes waters the product down, and this is where Kandahar is, man, unfortunately. So when it comes to the Afghan-Iraq war movies, when all is said and done, Kandahar really isn't going to be on the top of anyone's list. Bottom, maybe not. Less than average? Sure, why not, dude? I mean, geez, you don't even get any special features, man. You get no making of, you get no commentary, deleted scenes, trailers. I mean, you get nothing in this bitch. They knew what this thing was, dude. They really did, man. Unfortunately so, man. Just watch great movies like The Covenant. Watch this movie, man, which is so much better and so much more structured and well acted and more thrilling than Kandahar will ever be, man. I'll be very curious to see where the Afghan-Iraq war movies go, what stories we're going to see, unique political spins. There's so much really great stuff that we could get through this. Time will only tell, but as far as I'm concerned, we've had more good than we've had bad. Kandahar is not the rule, it's just the exception, and I'm damn glad for it, man. You know, Gerard Butler makes good movies from time to time, and then he makes forgettable ones. And Kandahar is, well, yeah, take a wild guess. Family can be a real bitch, especially when it's your dad. Ah, yes, indeed. About My Father, the Blu-ray DVD digital for $40. Well, it's either between this or a therapy session. I'm not gonna lie, you might just get more mileage out of the session. You might indeed, man. Just spitting facts, alright? But look, having a relationship with your parents years later when you're older and a little bit more stubborn is not very easy, okay? Especially with dads, right? You know, as we get older and we're parents, we think we're know-it-alls, right? We know everything, we know what's best, and the kids don't know jack squat, okay? It is what it is, man, all right? You know, you get old and mean and set in your ways and shit. God, getting older sucks. It really does, man. But at the end of the day, look, truth is that they are your family, they are your blood, and blood is thicker than water in many cases. And the fact that, look, through all the difficulties and the struggles and the issues, they are a part of you. And it means a lot. And yeah, you're gonna fight, you're gonna have issues, but you come together in the end. You truly do, man. And I was thinking about this. I was like, there was some really great father-son dynamic movies and series that, man, are really rock solid. Even thinking about a little bit of Galaxy Far, Far Away, Star Wars, what? Well, yeah, think about it, man. Luke and Vader. I mean, that's one hell of a father-son dynamic. And talk about the therapy build, brother. Oh, man, think about that indeed. I love the back and forth between them and how he wanted to bring his son to the dark side, but Luke wanted him back on the light side, and just the complications and the battles. Literally, it was so fantastic. I mean, even children's animation, children's entertainment, like The Lion King or Finding Nemo. You could sneak in some good messaging and some really great kids entertainment, and Disney has been able to do it a time or two, just saying. They truly have. Or even think about The Godfather. Yes, Michael Corleone and Don Corleone trying to blaze a path of your own, but fate deciding it has other options for you, and the fact that you don't want to become your father, but you do anyways. It's a scary thought, but it does happen, especially with mobsters. Oh, I bet your ass it does, man. That's a great drama and a great father-son legacy tale, which I really appreciate, man. Or even thinking about smaller films like Big Fish, that Tim Burton movie, which is so fantastic. Or Beginners with Ewan McGregor, where his father is gay and comes out many years later, and his son is really questioning, well, what about the relationship with my mother? Did you ever really love her? It's so complicated and so dramatic and emotional, so well done, man. But I think my favorite father-son dynamic of all time has to be Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. My God, man, that is probably the best. Sean Connery, Harrison Ford. Man, so damn good, dude. I really love that. The back and forth between them and the crazy hijinks and the bickering and the fact that they save each other in the end. It's, man, it's some of the best father-son dynamics I've ever seen on screen, man. God, they got it right in so many ways with that. That relationship is wonderful. I love it so much. And there's so many other really great father-son tales out there. And you know, look, for me, I appreciate this dynamic, and I do because I lost my father at a very young age, 2 weeks before my 16th birthday, and I never got to have that long-lasting relationship that a lot of other people have with their fathers. I mean, I still remember the good times and the difficulties and the frustrations. I remember all of that, but that never got to really go through the rest of my teenage years into my 20s and really have this great bond. I never had that, man. And so the movies has been a really great outlet for that, and to really have that imagination of a great father and son, that dynamic and appreciation. And it's movies like this that really does it. Even in lesser movies, I still kind of get in the feels just a wee bit, man. I really do. And this movie, yes, is not the greatest, and a lot of the comedy falls flat on its ass, but it does have some really good moments from time to time that really lifts it up. I mean, you got Robert De Niro in this motherfucker. I mean, he's gonna bring it, all right? And he does indeed. But even a little bit of average, okay father and son love is still good father and son love, man. Cherish your dad. Cherish that relationship. Because yes, you might be frustrated. Yes, you might have your issues from time to time, but that is a relationship that will last forever, and no one can ever really take that away from you. And the movies show that despite all of the issues, despite all the flaws, love trumps it all. It really does, man. Can't be beat, man. The special features, I mean, you got theatrical trailer, you got some featurettes, from frugal to fancy, the big stage to the big screen. I mean, you got some good stuff here. But at the end of the day, it's about the love of a father and a son and all the hijinks that go with it. It's been done many times before. This is another cog in the machine. Average at best, sure, but the father and son love definitely can't be beat. I see you knocking, but you can't come in. Woo! I see you knocking, but you can't come in. Woo! I see you knocking, but you can't come in. Woo! I see you knocking, but you can't come in. Oh, the Little Richard documentary. Woo! I am everything. Hell yeah! The Blu-ray for $30 for Little Richard. That's a hell of a steal. Oh my God, it is, baby. Oh, a little bit of documentary love for the classy musician that is Little Richard. Don't mind if I do, baby. Oh, very nice. I knew this was coming out, man. Oh, wop, bop, a loo, bop, long, bam, boom, boom, Rudy, oh, Rudy, do the Rudy, oh, Rudy. Little Richard is so iconic, and the music that he made, so memorable, man. But it's not just about the music itself. It's about the man, the myth, the legend, the personality. And I love these type of documentaries, man. People who knew him, people who interacted with him, people who cherished his music, and everything in between, man. So fantastic. Great. The innovator, the originator, Richard Penniman, through a wealth of archival footage, performances, and interviews, the film unspools the icon's life story with all its switchbacks and contradictions. Oh, look at that, man. Fantastic. You know, I'm always a fan of musical biopics. I've told you guys that a time or two, man. I really am. And I love biopics and how they can open up your eyes to new aspects of an artist's career and life that you never knew was there, right? Great stuff, man. But I also really love a good documentary, man. I used to love the VH1 behind the scenes stuff way back in the day, man. If you remember that stuff, man, that was some really great stuff, man. And I really loved a lot of documentaries that they've done through Netflix and other streaming services. Some really great eye-opening documentaries about artists and their lives. Some really meaningful stuff, man. And sometimes documentaries do it better than biopics. I mean, biopics have a very short amount of time to tell a very finite story, certain periods of their life that they gotta gloss over. Documentaries can really get even more in depth, and sometimes they're even better. And I'm actually kind of surprised that we've never gotten a true biopic for Little Richard yet. I mean, he's popped up in various other people's biopics, like Elvis and whatnot, but he hasn't really had his own, and he's such an iconic artist. I kind of feel that sooner rather than later we'll probably get a Little Richard biopic. But until then, a little bit of Little Richard documentary love ain't a bad thing at all, man. Look, we've got to cherish these legends. We've got to keep them alive any way possible. And the movies and the documentaries are a way to do it, and do it in a very satisfying way. If you love the man, if you love the music, give the documentary a chance. You might just like it. The A-Team's got nothing on their ass. Oh, you can bet your bottom dollar on that, baby. Oh, yes, with Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. Yes, look at that. For $44.99, the 4K love. The Blu-ray is $37. Hey, regardless of whether you're paying a little bit more or a little bit less, this is Guardians of the Galaxy, baby. You'll be getting your value all day long. You truly will, man. And it's tough to say goodbye to this crew, man. This lovable, quirky, odd, ridiculous, over-the-top, complicated as hell, but man, what a ride it was. It so great over these 3 movies. And when it's all said and done, I was really satisfied where it all ended up, man. Where the characters end up going and where they end up finally settling within their lives. And for me, I never felt that I was shortchanged. I never felt like any of the storylines were incomplete. I felt really overall happy where it all ended up, man. And I thought that James Gunn did a brilliant job really concluding this story in the best way possible. And that's not easy to do, especially when you're in the Marvel Cinematic Universe where, let's face it, do things really have a final moment, a final conclusion? Is it really ever the end? We'd like to think it is for certain characters and for certain moments, storylines, but let's be honest, man. With comic book tales, that's hardly ever the truth, man. And so I'm curious to see what happens with Guardians of the Galaxy. What will Marvel ultimately do? What will my Lord and Savior Kevin Feige actually have up his sleeve? Does he want to do more Guardians of the Galaxy movies? Because, like I said earlier, James Gunn's not going to be there. He's out. He's not going to continue this, man. He's said his piece. He's ended up finishing the storyline for these characters that he ended up really giving a voice to. And so there really is no more for him to say. And if you're bringing in another filmmaker to try to ape off of James Gunn isn't easy either. So you really got to handle this with kid gloves, man, and it's gonna be tough to do that. I think it's possible. I would generally like to see more, and even at the end of this movie, the door is open for more Guardians of the Galaxy movies. The door is not entirely closed. It's a little creaked open just for the sake of saying, hey, these characters are pretty great, right? Yeah, we'd like to see more of them too. Yeah, possibilities, man. And the possibilities could be endless. But is it worth it to do it? Or should they just leave it alone, man? The temptation is there, man. The temptation is just right in front of you. Just teasing you, man. So, I don't know what the ultimate decision is going to be, man. But if they do it, if they so choose to bring back the Guardians of the Galaxy, I'll be in the movie theater watching it. I don't know how good it'll be. It definitely won't be James Gunn, but these characters have definitely deserved my respect and my love and my admiration and my appreciation. And for me, I'll be coming back for more. I'll be a little hesitant, but you'll get my ass in the theater. You will indeed, man. And look, at this point, the Marvel Cinematic Universe is all over the place right now, man. They're really trying to find their identity again, and they're really trying to bring a cohesiveness to all of the stories, and it's just all over the place at this point. I mean, Kang is there, and you have the Celestials, and you have what's going on with Shang-Chi, and then you have the Loki situation, and then you've got the stuff with Captain Marvel, and Thor's on the side doing his own adventure shit. And I'm like, I'd like for it to all come together, and I know it will eventually. I'm kind of hoping and praying, and as I've said before, I have faith in my Lord and Savior Kevin Feige. I have faith in the fact that he's going to ultimately bring it together to a satisfying end whenever that happens, man. I don't know. Look, dude, I'm kind of going with the flow at this point, because to try to figure it all out, to try to put the pieces together right now is just way too much for my brain to fucking handle, dude. I'm just going along for the ride for whatever it's worth, man. The TV shows, the movies, look, Marvel has their hands all over the cookie jar, man, and some of it has been good and some of it has been great, but let's be real. Guardians of the Galaxy has been one of the best that Marvel has done over the years, and now with the fact that Marvel is not as strong as they used to be, the fact that the brand is kind of weak, the fact that the confidence with consumers is not as there as much as it used to be even like 5 years ago, you need all the wins that you can possibly get, and Guardians of the Galaxy is an absolute win that, man, everybody really loved. Yeah, you might not have loved Ant-Man and the Wasp. Yeah, Thor: Love and Thunder was kind of hot garbage. You might think a little things here and there are kind of boring or overcomplicated, kind of confusing, but when Marvel hits it out of the park, they really do, and Guardians of the Galaxy is proof positive of it. It really is, man. I'm going to miss this crew. I'm going to miss the comedy and the camaraderie and all of the good times, man. I really have, dude. It's been a crazy wild adventure, and these are movies that I'm going to revisit like a mofo. There is no doubt about it, man. The door is open for more adventures, for more appearances. Lord knows Star-Lord will continue, but will we ever get old school Guardians of the Galaxy after Volume 3? Maybe, maybe not. Maybe it's better left to a trilogy. They've said their piece. They've done it so well. Let them go out on the high note. Why not, man? I mean, you've got a hell of a lot of great stuff here. You got commentaries and deleted scenes, making ofs, gang reel. Oh, some good stuff indeed, man. Not half bad. Look, I can't say that every Marvel series gets a satisfying end, even though I love Iron Man. Iron Man 3 wasn't exactly the best of the bunch, but hey, look. Guardians of the Galaxy, James Gunn knew what he was doing. He knew where he was starting. He knew where he was going to end. And I think he succeeded pretty damn well, man. Marvel will always have its ups and downs. They're definitely going through a little bit of a crisis mode. But the Guardians were there to let you know that everything's going to be A-okay. And trust in the universe, because the universe definitely has your back. And the Guardians always will. Who doesn't appreciate a little 4K love? Oh, I know we all do. Yes, with War of the Worlds, old school 4K upgrade goodness. We've been getting a lot of that lately, man. And add another one to the lengthy list. War of the Worlds, man. 70th anniversary 4K for $29. That's actually a really good price, man. Damn, dude. Wow, I think this was, 1953, man. That's wild. I'm always telling you guys that the classics never go out of style, and this is proof positive of it. This is a really great movie. Yeah, a little cheesy, a little ridiculous, a little hammy. Yeah, why not? But damn, dude, it was so great for back in the day, and it's lasted this long because I think it still holds up really well. The old school effects and the great 1950s terror aspect of it. I think it's so great, man. And it's a really great adaptation of the H.G. Wells novel as well, man. It's so awesome. I've really always dug this movie, and even when they do the remakes like War of the Worlds, which, by the way, this is not a bad movie, actually. I do kind of like it. I don't love it, but there's some really great aspects to this where I'm like, dude, they really did a phenomenal job updating this to modern times, man. With the alien stuff, I thought that was phenomenal. But you can't beat the old school classics, man. You really can't. And in 4K, I think with the colors and the sound, it's gonna pop big time, man. It's gonna look good. The old school Technicolor stuff upgraded, I think that's gonna be sweet. On top of that, this great special features. Oh, so good, man. I really have always appreciated War of the Worlds. I love old school sci-fi cinema, man, from way back in the day. Even the even more ridiculous shit like, the Ed Wood stuff, like Plan 9 from Outer Space or something. I don't know, I've always found it kind of kitschy and campy and humorous, but there's something charming about it as well, man. And the same thing with War of the Worlds. I think more professionally well made and well done and far more entertaining, fair enough, than some of the Ed Wood stuff, but I think it's still in that really great old school 1950s Terror of Aliens vibe, dude. That is so fucking fantastic, man. If you have never dived into this, as somebody who is a lover of cinema and somebody who really loves old school movies, this is stuff that I grew up with on VHS way back in the day with my mother and father, man. I really became somebody who appreciated the old school cinema, the old school style of stuff, movies like War of the Worlds and The Thing, Forbidden Planet, stuff like that. It's movies like this that kind of warm my heart, man, and I'm glad that it is still surviving to this day, man. Even years later, 2023, we can still appreciate old school classics like this and give them the proper respect and upgrade they so richly deserve. Tom Cruise can make all the remakes he wants, but the classics will always remain true to my heart. Oh, they really will. A little bit of 4K anniversary love for War of the Worlds. Oh, I think it's very, very well deserved. And I thought the coronavirus was bad. Shit. COVID's got nothing on the T-virus, man. I mean, I'll be sick for a week or so. I'm cool, but something tells me I don't want to turn into a flesh-eating freak. I think that's far, far worse, man. It really honestly is. And Resident Evil Death Island for $35. Hey, it could be worse. I'm just saying, it could be. Take it for what it is, I guess. Yeah, why not? Dude, all I want is good Resident Evil, man. That's all I fucking want, dude, okay? And will we ever get back to getting good Resident Evil again outside of the video games? Maybe, kind of, sort of. I mean, look, if anything, let's be fair, The Last of Us gave us a lot of hope. It really, truly did. So, in some ways, it makes me hopeful for the future of every video game adaptation, because, hell, if they could pull off Last of Us, which was highly, highly anticipated, then they could do it with anything. Then again, it hasn't exactly been 100% proven with Resident Evil, but hey, try and try and try some more. Fail as many times as you want, well, they're bound to keep giving you money. As long as it's popular, why the fuck not, dude? Look, all I've ever really loved as far as Resident Evil is that first movie with Milla Jovovich. Outside of that, man, everything else has kind of been okay, average, alright, not too bad. You know what? Video game adaptations are really fucking difficult, man. Of course they are, because if they were that easy, everything would be a success. And that's not entirely the case, man. Look, sometimes I've just got to learn that some video game adaptations aren't that well translated to the screen. But then there's other moments where I'm like, dude, this one was absolutely impossible and that was good. So why the fuck can't this one? It's just got to be the creative force behind it, the vision, you name it. I think when it comes to these animated adaptations, I think they're a little bit better because you could do a little bit more crazy, weirder shit, right? In animation, you could really go full on crazy and really depict the world of Resident Evil in the most nightmarish way. When you're doing live action, it's all about the budgets and the actors and the CGI and all that bullshit. Animation tends to be a little bit more forgiving, at least in this way. Can't quite say it was perfect, but I think it depicted the Resident Evil world pretty darn well, and for that, I can't say every movie or series or animated flick does that, so I guess A for effort, sure, why not? I guess they all can't be like The Last of Us or Sonic the Hedgehog or Super Mario Brothers, but, well, maybe Resident Evil one day will buck the trend. Maybe. I'm not holding out hope, folks. I'm really not, man. But hey, if you like Resident Evil, it ain't half bad, all things considered. I mean, you got a few featurines, Genesis of Death Island, Jill Valentine, The Return, The Birth of Death Island, and so much more. Look, Alcatraz Island has been through the ringer, man. Clint Eastwood tried to escape it. Sean Connery and Nicolas Cage teamed up together to take down this evil militia that was trying to take over the world, led by Ed Harris. Can we just give Alcatraz Island a break, man? But I suppose if we're gonna stick any virus onto the island, it might as well be the T-virus. I feel so bad for Alcatraz Island. God, I really do, man. But if you thought that was chaotic and crazy, well, I'm gonna be honest. You ain't seen nothing yet. Oh, my lord. Fool's Paradise, baby. The DVD for $20. Wow. Actually, that's kind of somewhat reasonable. Huh. Okay. Every now and again, Barnes & Nobles make sense. Shocking. Shocking indeed. He's ready for his close-up. He might be ready, but I don't think many of us are. I don't think indeed, man. Look, I watched this on Amazon Prime, and originally I was kind of sort of thinking to want to watch it in the movie theater, because I remember watching the trailer and I kept thinking to myself, what the fuck is this? I mean, seriously, dude. I kept asking myself, like, this looks like a hodgepodge of crazy, weird comedy. It might be fun. And then I started hearing the critics and the people actually watching the movie, and they were like, yeah, this thing is a really, real hot mess. And I'm like, oh no, really, seriously? And everybody's like, yeah, it's nothing good. I'm like, ah, damn, dude, so I guess I'll kind of hold off until I really have to, and thus here we are now, man. And I'm gonna be honest, after I ended up watching this movie, I just sat there in bewilderment thinking to myself, what the fuck did I just watch? Seriously. I mean, what's the meaning behind this goddamn thing? It's really just far out there and doesn't make a lick of sense, man. It's just a hodgepodge of ideas just all thrown into this melting pot that comes out with a really bad tasting stew. It really does, man. I mean, basically the movie's about Latte Pronto. Yeah, that schmuck right there, okay? Seriously, what a fucking idiot, dude. I mean, his name isn't even really Latte Pronto. What the fuck am I saying? He's this no-name mental patient from this hospital. His insurance lapsed. They kick him to the goddamn curb. He's on the street. This film producer, who's played by Ray Liotta, ends up signaling to him, hey, get in the car. Yeah, you, come on. And so he goes to this film set where he looks very similar to this prickish actor who's refusing to work. So they end up putting his ass on the film set. And eventually, the dickhead actor ends up dying. I think, like, erotic asphyxiation or something. Well, I guess you gotta go sometime, some way, somehow. Erotic asphyxiation is as best as maybe that guy deserves. Well, hey, just ask David Carradine. Oh, man. And so, now, everybody is just in love with him, gushing over him for no apparent reason. I mean, literally, all the things that he goes through. And it's just wild to think that everybody is just assuming everything that he's thinking, because he doesn't speak. He's a mute. He doesn't talk at all. So everyone is like, oh, all these creative choices that he's doing, and oh, man, I think he's interested in me. I think he's looking at me. Oh, he wants to do this film project? Oh, I know he does because he was winking at me. I'm like, wait a minute. You're just assuming what he's thinking? What the fuck? I mean, you know what happens when you assume, right? You make an ass out of yourself. Kind of like this movie. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, dude. God damn, man. And it's just one crazy, wild, and out there scenario that has no connection to one or the other. And it's basically this idiot savant without the savant part, clearly, that is just going through the motions of this crazy and weird Hollywood lifestyle. My God, man, that's the best way I can fucking describe this thing, because it is just one hell of a messy ass flick all over the fucking place. And I was trying to keep everything coherent. I was trying to be like, oh, maybe it's all gonna mean something. Maybe it's all gonna make sense at the end of the day. Man, I was fucking kidding myself. Seriously, man, are you fucking joking here? This thing has no meaning. This thing has no connection to any type of reality or understanding. It doesn't even really make sense. It doesn't even really have a purpose to it. Because I was thinking to myself, well, what is Charlie Day trying to do with this movie? Because he's the writer, the director, and the star. I mean, man, he's the triple threat. And not in a good way with this motherfucker. I mean, seriously, is he trying to do this sort of silent, quirky, comedic performance like Charlie Chaplin? Maybe? Is he trying to ape off of like old school wacky comedies from the Marx Brothers or Jerry Lewis? Maybe, but not nearly doing it as successful. Is he trying to satirize Hollywood? Well, I guess it's possible. Like the man, the myth, the legend himself, Mel Brooks, History of the World Part 1, Spaceballs, Robin Hood Men in Tights, Young Frankenstein. Man, the guy's a genius. And if you're trying to ape off of him, you're not really succeeding. I'm just saying, dude. I mean, he has a lot that he's throwing in this movie, a lot of ideas, but nothing is cohesive, coherent, or coming close to being together at all. It's just an absolute mess. And I'm trying to reiterate that because, seriously, guys, This movie is all over the place in every single way. Actors coming and going as they please, little cameos here and there, and I'm talking big name actors. I mean, we got Ken Jeong, Kate Beckinsale, Adrian Brody, Jason Sudeikis, Edie Falco, Jason Bateman, Ray Liotta, John Malkovich. I mean, seriously. And he's just this absolute dumbass that is just falling into success and falling out of success at the drop of a hat, and just these crazy weird circumstances that are happening all around him, and just not even doing anything. He's just standing there and everything is happening around him. He's not even participating. It's just, oh, this weird stuff happens around him. Like, oh, the movie is a really success, and they like the fact that he's this quirky silent actor, and okay, wow, man, he's really smart, his acting is phenomenal, oh, he's a genius. I'm like, really? Because last I checked, people have done that in the history of film, so I don't think he's really rather unique or anything, but okay, I guess he's a fucking genius, apparently. I mean, Kate Beckinsale falls in love with him, which, by the way, Kate Beckinsale and Charlie Day together, well, look, I've seen weirder, but yeah, that shit don't make any sense, man. I mean, and she loves him because he's all silent and cute and everything, and I'm like, yeah, that's cool the first or second date, but man, that gets old really quickly. And after one date and sleeping with him, she's like, we should get married. Oh, okay, I guess. And suddenly he's becoming the talk of the town, the Hollywood darling, out of fucking nowhere, out of one fucking goddamn successful performance. Everybody fucking loves him, apparently. Okay, that's not really unrealistic, but still, I mean, come on, man, this fucking guy. Good God, dude. And suddenly, like, this knockoff generic Marvel property wants him for Mosquito Man. What the fuck, dude? I mean, even if you didn't like Ant-Man, hey, that's a step above Mosquito Man. Come on, brother. Okay, goddamn, dude. And of course, they're all thinking he's a genius with the way he acts, and how he's really changing the performance of Mosquito Man, even though he's not really doing a fucking thing. My God, of course, Mosquito Man flops, and his career ends up going in the toilet, even though there wasn't really a career in the first place. And Kate Beckinsale leaves him for Adrian Brody, who's sleeping with her, and he's like this hippie fucking weirdo Hollywood freak. Oh my goodness, dude. And on top of that, you've got his agent, played by Ken Jeong, who is this fucking grifter and loser that can't get any clients, and suddenly just attaches himself to Latte because Latte doesn't know any better, and all the crazy hijinks that go on with them. And then once his career is in the toilet, he ends up meeting up with Common, who is this weird conspiracy theorist who had this big Hollywood career and thinks that Hollywood is out to get him and out to get Latte Pronto and the conspiracy theory shit. And I'm like, where the fuck did that come from? And oh, by the way, then it gets even weirder with John motherfucking Malkovich, who is this weird corporate Hollywood sponsor who thinks that Latte is trying to ruin what the businesses are trying to do and how they're trying to change Hollywood, and that he's the master manipulator that's going to ruin their plans for Hollywood's destruction. I'm like, oh my God, dude. And look, everything that I'm saying happens in the fucking movie. I'm not even lying to you, man. I'm not stretching believability. I'm not doing any of that shit. This is actually going on, dude. And it's a hodgepodge of different stories and characters and people that go in and out of the plot at the drop of a hat. And you don't know what's going on or what's happening next, or if it's even going to make sense at the end of the day. And oh, by the way, spoiler alert, it doesn't, all right? My God, man. This thing is just nuts. It was giving me whiplash. Go motherfucker, dude. I'm like, my God, man. What's next in this bitch? Is aliens? Because I'd kind of believe it. I mean, seriously, man. Dude. It's just really throwing a lot at you, and it's trying to gain some type of laugh, because I think it realizes, look, if we throw all these crazy scenarios at you, something is going to be funny, right? but nothing ever really sticks. And Charlie Day is trying to be Charlie Chaplin, trying to be Groucho Marx, trying to be the crazy hilarity of Jerry Lewis, and none of it is really paying off. It's just all coming across as lame and lifeless and limp dick and less than funny, and you're just sitting there waiting for it to get funny. You're trying to sit there waiting for it to make sense, and it never fucking does, man. And you just literally leave the movie thinking to yourself, man, I just wasted damn near 2 hours on this bitch. I literally paid $10 fucking to rent this motherfucker, dude. Damn, man. I want my $10 back. I really do. And it's not that Charlie Day is not a funny guy, because Charlie Day is. I mean, It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. He's very clever on that show, and it's the jewel of his career as far as I'm concerned. I think it will always be. And man, that show went on for a long time. I mean, 2005 to 2023. At a certain point, I thought they were never going to cancel the motherfucker. I mean, literally, I thought it was going to go on forever. I mean, it was either going to do that, or Danny DeVito was going to croak. I mean, seriously, one or the other, because I didn't know which one was going to happen first after a while. My God, man. I mean, he's good in that. Of course, him being in the Super Mario Brothers big billion-dollar franchise playing Luigi, that ain't half bad either, man. Of course, he was pretty decent in Pacific Rim playing the quirky doctor. I mean, I really liked him in Horrible Bosses. I thought he really shined in that movie. I mean, he's had some good, decent roles. He's shined in the supporting stuff that he's done, but he's trying to be leading man, funny man quality here, and he just can't pull it off, dude. He's trying to really go too broad, too all over the place, and unless you're a genius like Mel Brooks or a really great quirky funny man like Jerry Lewis, man, or having the great comedic physical chops like a Chaplin or a Buster Keaton or something, you're just not pulling this shit off, man. And he doesn't, and he's trying. I want to say A for effort, but I don't really think he deserves the A. I mean, maybe D. I mean, he's given it his all, but man, this is a train wreck of a movie, dude. It really honestly is. And at the end of the day, you're thinking, oh, maybe this movie is misunderstood. No, it's really not, man. It's just not funny. And I've always told you guys, the biggest sin that a comedy can make is that it's just not funny. And this barely gets any laughs. It's cringeworthy at best. I mean, look, Charlie, I give you somewhat credit for trying, and you were really going for the fences, and man, did you whiff big time. Maybe you got to first base, maybe you struck out, but this movie ain't it, brother. And by the way, can you end up giving me my $10 back? Because, damn, dude, I think I deserve my money after watching this son of a bitch. Jeez, dude. I mean, there's not even any special features. I mean, there's no commentary, there's no behind the scenes, there's nothing. I mean, I would have liked some explanation. It would have been nice. I mean, I think I deserve it just a little bit, man. I really do. But let me tell you something, man. Fool's Paradise is literally that. It's a fool's paradise. And if you decide to watch this, be prepared to just sit there in bewilderment of what you're watching, man. This is literally the definition of what the fuck in a big bad way, dude. Some comedies know what they're doing, and other comedies fail and fail hard. Well, Latte, you may not be able to speak. You may have a little bit of charm, according to some of these Hollywood weirdos. But as far as I'm concerned, well, in no uncertain terms, you can kiss my ass. And kiss it hard, bitch. And now we're going to pick up the movie. We're going to look lovingly in Owen Wilson's eyes, appreciate that golden mane of fake Jufro. Oh, and the nose, perfecto. The teeth, stunningly white. A man of pure perfection, and our teeth like no other. Said no one ever, as far as I know. Yeah, I'm pretty sure about that. First of all, if you are appreciating this picture, congrats, but let's be real. the fro's fake, okay? Even this Jew knows that, alright? And as far as the rest of his face is concerned, well, I don't know about perfection, but he gets by. He does in Paint, the DVD for $18.99. Wow, actually somewhat kind of sort of reasonably priced. Well, that's odd for Barnes & Nobles. But odd indeed, man. But hey, every so often they kind of buck the trend, huh? Yeah, they kind of do, man. Let's talk about Owen Wilson, shall we? Because, Owen, he's had a unique career. A lot of highs, a lot of lows, a lot of genre shifts. And I think he's managed the waters pretty well, all things considered, man. I mean, you gotta remember, the first major movie he ever did was Bottle Rocket. Wes Anderson's Bottle Rocket, man. In fact, he's had a long and illustrious career working with good old Wes Anderson, man. Movies like Bottle Rocket, of course, and The Royal Tenenbaums, and even a lot of other movies like The French Dispatch, for instance, and a lot of stuff in between, man. He's kind of one of those Wes Anderson staples, right? He's been there since the very beginning, and Wes always kind of brings him in either for a big role or a little role, but he's always sticking around no matter what, man. But then again, he's kind of shifted even more, because you go from Wes Anderson to Anaconda. Yeah, you remember he was in Anaconda with Jon Voight and Ice Cube and Jennifer Lopez. Yeah, dude, he had a great death, man. That Anaconda was digesting his ass big time. He was quite the snack, man. He really was, dude. Wow, man. The good old days of Anaconda. Shit, you gotta love that, brother. Lest we forget, he was also in Armageddon, right? He played one of Bruce Willis's crew that was going to take down the asteroid. Yeah. Owen Wilson, of all people, baby. I guess if you're gonna have a crew, I guess why not add him to the list? Or maybe he just accidentally snuck in. Who the hell knows, man? I mean, he's had small roles in The Cable Guy, of course. You gotta remember him in Meet the Parents. He was so great in that. But he's also done serious stuff like Behind Enemy Lines with Gene Hackman. You remember that shit? I think that was like 2001, man. That was fucking awesome. It's a great movie, dude. But then again, he kind of switches gears again. He goes more into horror with The Haunting. I mean, I don't exactly love The Haunting, and he wasn't exactly the greatest in the movie, but, well, it is horror for what it's worth. Kind of. I mean, then he shifts gears again and goes more towards the quirky Vince Vaughn stuff, doing Wedding Crashers, and then a whole series of movies like The Internship and whatnot. My God, that was a whole point in his career too. Or even working with Woody Allen in movies like Midnight in Paris, which is a fantastic fucking movie, by the way. I mean, he's been all over, man. Even in a dramatic action survival tale like No Escape, he was so fucking awesome in that movie too, man. Damn, dude. He's going from one thing to the next. One time he's going for Wes Anderson, next he's trying to destroy an asteroid, or he's trying to pick up chicks with Vince Vaughn, or he's behind enemy lines trying to escape, or he's being transported to the 1920s. Like, my God, man. Dude, like, kind of cinematic whiplash. I mean, pretty much, man. I give him credit, and he's always trying something new and interesting, and he's kind of like the actor definition of throwing spaghetti at the wall, right? I mean, hey, comedy, whew, horror, whew, action, whew, drama. Oh, shit, this one sticks? Well, I knew it was going to be a winner from the start, baby. I mean, that's kind of how he is, dude. And he's more or less stuck with comedy. He's more or less kind of stayed in that lane, whether it's more quirky like Wes Anderson or a little bit more broader like the Vince Vaughn comedy stuff. He's kind of stayed within that lane, and Paint is another one of those lovable but odd yet quirky and charming all at the same time, winning you over style movies. Kind of like, as I said, Wes Anderson style, right? But not nearly as polished or clever, unfortunately so, man. But I will give this movie credit, and it is Owen Wilson trying to pull off the Bob Ross wannabe thing, right? I don't think many actors really would be able to tackle it well, and I think Owen Wilson does. At least he has the balls to try, man. And I'll give him that, dude. Big huevos for that, baby, because not everybody would be able to even want to attempt it, and he did, dude. You know, look, Owen Wilson has a certain amount of a lovable quality. He's kind of like this lovable loser, right? Where you kind of like him. Sometimes you don't ultimately know how to feel about everything he does, but at the end of the day, you like the effort, and he's a nice balance compared to other people that he works with, right? Whereas Vince Vaughn is sort of all over the top and in your face, Owen Wilson is more a little bit laid back, man, and I think that sensibility has worked well for him in a lot of movies. And I think the same thing with Paint. The rest of the movie around him is not all that great, but you know, he deserves the props. He honestly does, man. Owen Wilson has one hell of a career all over the place in all kinds of different genres. But I think he's mastered it pretty well. Can't say he's the most wonderful leading man I've ever seen in my life. Can't say that every movie he's been in has always been the highlight of my day. But I'll give him this much. He can make me laugh. And a lot of actors nowadays aren't able to accomplish that, and Owen Wilson at least accomplishes that task for what it's worth. And he does it pretty goddamn well. He does, man. I mean, you got commentary, you got deleted scenes, you got ASMR videos. I knew it. Yes. See, I told you, man. Bob Ross was all kinds of ASMR, man. I knew they would be doing that shit. Yeah, we were painting artwork behind the scenes, photos by production designer. Okay, they got a few interesting special features, not half bad. Look, dude, they're gonna do all kinds of Bob Ross wannabe movies. I mean, the guy's just that popular. He's always been that popular, and eventually someone's gonna make a biopic of that dude. But until then, we get Paint. Can't say it's the best. It's not exactly the worst. Alright? Sure, fair enough. But Owen Wilson makes it worth it. If I wanted anybody in my life to be a Bob Ross wannabe, Owen Wilson, I guess, is sort of at the top of the list. I guess. The cinematic DC animated adventures continue in Justice League War World. Yes, the Blu-ray digital for $30 for a little bit of DC animated love. Oh, that ain't half bad. Not half bad indeed. And look, I don't know where DC is going anymore. You know, everything is so up in the air, man. The Flash is flopping big time. God knows what's happening with Blue Beetle. Jeez, Aquaman 2 seems to be a fucking mess. On top of that, the whole reboot and certain characters staying and certain people going and other people getting recast. I don't know, man. It's just one decision doesn't make sense, and the other one is like, okay, I guess I'm just gonna roll with it. Look, I have somewhat faith in James Gunn, right, and Peter Safran. I mean, I've got to. I really have no other choice, all right? I'm just hoping that with their leadership, they leave the DC animated movies alone, man, because they have been one of the more consistent things that DC has done in many, many years, dude. I mean, seriously, these movies are fan-fucking-tastic, and I've loved them, and I really don't want to see them go away. So, look, if you want to get rid of the CW stuff, I get it, I understand it. I'll be a little sad, because I think Superman and Lois is actually kind of good, I'm not gonna lie, man. But look, I get it, right? You want to get rid of it, you want to do your own thing, sure, fair enough. Leave the DC animated movies alone. Leave them be, baby. Okay, don't touch them. Look, some of them are not as good as others. Some of them stumble a bit. Warworld is one of them. But look, out of all of the DC animated movies, how many are actually really bad? I could probably say, at least as far as the ones I've seen, one. And that, okay? Just saying, man. And that's a pretty good fucking track record, okay? These movies are really fantastic. They are really eye-opening. They really bring the DC universe to life in a really wonderful, fantastical way. And so to get rid of them, I think would be a fucking bummer. Would be a goddamn shame, dude. Look, I'm not in the head office. I'm not James Gunn. I'm not Peter Safran. I'm not in the board meetings, okay? I wish I was, because I'd say, look, dude, whatever we do, we keep in the animated shit. But let's hope that the DC reboot works. Let's hope that the live actions end up actually being worth it and worth a damn, because as of late that hasn't been the case. But the one thing that has been worth it has been the DC animated love. So James Gunn, reboot Superman, do all the live action glory goodness that you so choose. Try to be the next Kevin Feige, but do it while not touching the properties that actually make you the money and the things that people are actually looking forward to. I know, that's crazy, right? Don't fix what ain't broken, and the animated movies is definitely one of them. Yeah, just saying, man. I mean, you got behind the scenes, and you dive deep into the origins and histories of the key players as well. Not half bad. Look, even a lesser one is still pretty goddamn entertaining compared to 90% of the fucking comic book superhero movies that are out there, man. So I will take DC and all of its animated goodness, no matter what quality it might be, because I know that at the end of the day, I'm getting really interesting characters, fantastic plots, and a story that is unequaled and unparalleled. Damn right, baby. Let's keep the train rolling with more DC animated goodness, because out of anything DC's doing nowadays, this is the thing I'm looking forward to the most. And I'm pretty sure I'm not alone. Hell, we've even got a little bit of Criterion goodness this week. Yes, we do. And okay, I know it's not 50% off anymore. Fair enough, right? But we can still find some good Criterion love. Maybe not half off Criterion goodness, but I mean, you'll just have to wait a few extra months. So what? Seriously, because they're still putting out the new release goodies like, oh, by the way, a little bit of Breathless. Yes, the 4K Blu-ray for $49.99. Jean-Luc Godard speciality, baby. Ah, yes. You know, I've seen bits and pieces of this movie. It's not exactly on my most anticipated watch list, so I kind of watched it a little bit here, a little bit there, but yeah, I gotta eventually get back to it, man. I mean, I do appreciate this movie, don't get me wrong. I appreciate Jean-Luc Godard really bringing a lot of American sensibilities to French filmmaking. I really appreciate that aspect. I mean, being a lover of American cinema, appreciating that and bringing it over to that sensibility and a new wave of filmmaking and a new style within French cinema, that is no small feat. And so I really credit that guy for that, man, and what he was able to do for French cinema overall and reinvent it. That's huge, man. That's gigantic. But I kind of find it funny that a man who appreciated American cinema wanted to make an homage from it, and yet the American remake is better. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I really do like that American remake with Richard Gere. If you have never seen it, I think it is fun. It's exhilarating. I love the acting in there. I think that it's a great thrill ride. The story is fantastic. I mean, they're taking a lot of inspiration from the original Breathless here, but spinning it in a whole new different way and doing a really great job at it, man. I mean, from what I've seen, I've really liked this movie, but the remake is definitely better and just much more exciting. And man, I think you get a lot more mileage out of that movie than you probably will this one. If you are a lover of cinema, somebody who appreciates the cinematic world, a movie fan, aficionado, then this is definitely a watch. But I don't know if it's necessarily a must-have. I understand why it's in the Criterion collection, man. I absolutely get it, because cinema like this definitely needs to be appreciated and highlighted and spotlighted. There is no doubt about that. But that being said, it's not the most exciting or adventurous or dramatic movie you've ever seen in your life. It has some boring moments, just saying, dude. I appreciate it for what it's worth and what it did for cinema in general, especially overseas, but I don't know if I'll buy it. I can appreciate it from afar, but not necessarily having it in my collection. But again, if you are a lover of cinema and all things cinema, it's definitely worth a dive, no doubt about it, man. And look, all the great special features as well, $50 for 4K love. If you're interested in it, just wait till the half off sale. You'll definitely get more mileage that way. Indeed you will. Not bad for a little bit of breathless love. That is for damn sure, man. Pretty goddamn solid. And they even have over here, they have the Arrow Video 50% off. Goodness, look at this, man. Yes, for August, we get the Arrow 50% love. That is awesome, man. And they've got a small but decent selection for sure, man. I mean, they got Waterworld. Not exactly Kevin Costner's best, but whatever. They got Wild Things. Oh, I love Wild Things, man. God, so good. Weird Science, A Steely Love, American Werewolf in London. Donnie Darko, so weird, but so fucking entertaining. True Romance, Hugo, Flatliners, Legend, Creepshow 2, Shock, Deadly Games, Deep Red, The Initiation of Sarah, Death Screams, Hell High, Mallrats, .com for Murder. I was interested in this before. With 50% off, I might have to do that eventually. I might. Cruising. Oh, they got so much good stuff, man. Reanimator. My Stepmother is an Alien. Oh, I love that shit. So great, dude. God, they have some really good titles, man. And at 50% off, that is a steal, man. 1 month, it's Criterion goodness. And the next month, it's Arrow. Will they ever give my wallet a break? I highly doubt it, but I think it's well worth the savings. That's for damn sure. Not bad. I mean, we got a lot of love. Arrow Video goodness, Criterion, and all of the new releases that we can handle. God damn, Barnes & Noble's be killing it yet again. Oh, you got to love it. And oh, I definitely do, baby. So sweet indeed. Let's head out. Oh, yes. Barnes & Noble keeps on killing it, baby. Oh, they truly do. Oh, so great, man. Goddamn, dude. Barnes & Noble is slowly but surely becoming one of my favorite places to go to for physical media. Yes, the prices are high. Yes, sometimes they don't have everything you want, but jeez, man. I mean, seriously, how many places have all of this? How many? Come on, man. Not everybody has this kind of selection. And, oh, by the way, Criterion love. And, oh, by the way, 50% off Arrow Video goodness, too. Yeah, I can't say they're perfect, because Lord knows no place is ever really perfect now, but damn, do they do their due diligence. When they be doing it right, they be doing it damn good. Oh, yes, they truly do, man. And this week is yet another one of those times where they definitely were showing off the appreciation for the physical media goodness. You can't deny that, brother. Oh, you certainly can't. I can't. Nobody can. They definitely be holding it down. They truly are, man. Not bad for the physical media love here. Barnes & Noble is proving their devotion in a big bad way. Most stores actually did this week. And that can't be a bad thing. It certainly can. I hope you've appreciated it. Hope you have definitely seen the light of the physical media love that everybody should bask in. Yes. I hope so indeed, but enough of going to the stores. It's been good, but how about we head home and finish the video? Wait! Hold up! I know what I said. We're heading back home, right? Finishing the video, but it's been a good week, okay? Don't think that I'm going to this place because it hasn't been a good week for physical media. It's been a great week. We've had a lot of great releases, seen a lot of great titles, but I'm kind of jonesing for just a wee bit more. I am. So I drove out of my way like a madman to check out a little bit more physical media because I've been wanting that beast love in a big bad way. Oh, I truly do. You know where we're at. And that is none other than, yes, Best Buy, baby. The Beast. Best Buy. I couldn't help myself, man. I couldn't resist, okay? I was like, well, when in Rome, why not go and check out a little bit more physical media action? What will we find here? Maybe some exclusives, maybe some steelbooks, maybe some releases we haven't seen yet. Let's hope indeed. Hope I drove out here and it'll be well worth it. How about we go in and see if I'm right? All right, everybody, we are in at the Beast Best Buy, baby, under the new releases. Oh, and it's looking pretty sweet. Oh, indeed it is, man. Because we got some Best Buy exclusive love with Guardians of the Galaxy. The steely love. I am shocked, seriously shocked that this is still here, man. I really am, because depending on the steelbook, it sells really fast. And Guardians of the Galaxy, popular, people love it. I'm surprised, man. I really am, dude. It looks really cool, man. I'm liking that. With all of them, like, in a round table right there with the symbol and everything. That looks pretty fucking sweet, man. Come on. That looks pretty cool, dude. And actually, I gotta appreciate the artwork again, man. I mean, this artwork is really cool. I'm loving this one. This one is unique. The Walmart exclusive one as well. Like, the artwork for Guardians of the Galaxy has been really fucking cool, man. Even on the inside there, look at that. The back with Rocket. Oh, that's nice, man. This steelbook is pretty damn sweet, man. And if you guys have been collectors of the Guardians of the Galaxy steelbooks, you know they sell out pretty damn fast and they go out of print and they go for big money, man. So I'm surprised if this is still here. Maybe, just maybe a pickup. Just maybe. That artwork is pretty damn sweet, man. I'm liking that. And for $38.99, that ain't half bad, man. Definitely liking that. Hell, even got a shitload still of Avatar, man. A ton of that. Hell, man, there's still big bad in stock of the Steely here. Which, by the way, the Steely is not nearly as good as some of the other artwork, man. And I think this artwork is so much better than that artwork. Just saying, man. This stands out so much more. Come on. You gotta agree with me, seriously, man. I mean, they got the Disney 100 stuff, they got Frozen, Beauty and the Beast, and again, you know, I appreciate them doing these Disney 100 releases, but some of this artwork is just lazy as shit, man. I mean, seriously, I like Frozen, I like Beauty and the Beast, but you couldn't come up with better steelbooks. I mean, this is just lazy. I mean, it really is, dude. I mean, and for $30, it's just not really impressive. It doesn't really stand out from the crowd. This does. Hell, I'll even give Avatar credit over something like this. But, oof. Man, Disney 100 gotta be stepping it up. I'm just saying, man. You got that. They got the Ferris Bueller love. Hell, they've even got a little bit of steely Ferris Bueller goodness. Not bad, man. Nice. Actually, to be fair, this is the exact same looking steelbook as the Blu-ray. How do I know this? Because I own the Blu-ray steelbook, folks. So I know that it's the exact same art. And honestly, I don't know if it's really worth upgrading to 4K for me. I think it's all the same special features. I mean, I love the movie, but I'm happy with my Blu-ray. I know that's not something you all want to hear, but hey, sometimes you got to save a little bit on money. And if you don't need to upgrade, you can save a few bucks. Just saying, hey, but if you don't have it, Ferris Bueller is absolutely worth it. And come on, Matthew Broderick hijinks in 4K, that is pretty cool. Just saying, man. Not half bad, dude. I mean, they got that. They got the Lord of War steelbook still. The Super Mario. They got, the Jaws 2 love. Hell, they even got a little bit of the Shazam stuff as well, man, which is shocking. I'm kind of surprised that they still have this because, quite frankly, I thought it kind of sold out, but they got in a copy, man. And honestly, I'll admit, dude, the Shazam sequel is actually a good movie. I enjoyed it. I didn't think it was half bad. Predictable, yeah, not exactly the greatest superhero movie, but I thought it was an adequate sequel for the most part. I thought it wasn't half bad, dude. I kind of liked it, actually. I mean, they still got Cabin in the Woods stuff. They got The Italian Job, Steely, which is really good. I own that one. They got Dazed and Confused, Dune Came to Gotham, of course, more of the lazy Disney 100 shit. Oh, God. And they got some good stuff, man. Not bad so far. I'm definitely liking what I'm seeing. And let's hope the same is on the other side. Yeah, let's hope indeed with more new release love, like Two Guns, the 4K, man, for $22, the Steely Love for $30. Damn, I know this is a fairly recent release as well, 10th anniversary. My God, has it been that long? Damn, dude, I saw this in the movie theaters. Shit. You know, it's just an okay movie. Honestly, it's just alright. Like, I love Denzel. I love Mark Wahlberg. The combo is interesting. I just don't think it 100% worked, man. Denzel is such a force, and not many actors are able to go toe-to-toe with him, man. Like, Ethan Hawke really went toe-to-toe with him in Training Day, man. Wahlberg is good. He's quippy. He has, you know, his sort of badass, I'm this hunky dude moment. But I don't know if he can really go, you know, one-on-one with Denzel, man. Especially in the acting category, dude. You know, really, you know, just one-upping him. I don't know. It's good. It's not great. I never really loved Two Guns. I like it, but it ain't anything memorable to me, man. But if you like it, hey, fair enough. Got Steely Love, $30 if you're willing to spend it. I think I'll pass on that, man. I mean, you've also got dun 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 dun. Da-da! Yeah, so the Mission Impossible, Steely's, MI1, MI2, MI3, MI4, 5, and 6. Damn, man. I own them all now. I do. I love the Mission Impossible series, man. Tom Cruise is badass in these. I think he's fucking awesome. I think the action is spectacular. Dude, it's some of the best action stuff in recent memory. It truly is, man. And now that I own all of them, I can re-experience it over and over and over again. I'm just hoping, actually more like praying, that they keep the same style artwork for the next Mission Impossible release. Because if they don't, I'm gonna be pissed. I'm gonna be really upset, man. Buying all of these steelbooks and then they change the artwork. Come on, man. I know studios really like to fuck us over with steelbooks sometimes with artwork and shit, but come on, man. Don't do this to me, please, for God's sake, will ya? I'm just really just praying to the physical media gods at this point. Let's hope they listen to me. Let's hope they do. But these are really cool steelbooks. I'm glad to finally own them and have the Mission Impossible series in the collection, finally. And not bad prices. I mean, $25.99, $27.99 for some of the earlier ones. So, not bad prices for a little bit of 4K Steely Love. Just saying, man. I mean, they got 65. They got a little bit of National Lampoon's Vacation goodness. Scream 6, which I know they're definitely making Scream 7 now. I knew it. I fucking knew it, man. God damn it. Jesus. This was such a success. I knew they were not going to leave money on the table. They were going to do the 7th film. I'll be there in the movie theater. I'll watch the motherfucker, but I'm not exactly looking forward to it, man. These last two Scream movies really just soured me big time, dude. I mean, for me, I like the earlier films, but these later ones, they had potential, but man, they just whiffed big time. And as far as I'm concerned, a lot of people love it, but come on, ask yourself, they've been retreading this series for a long while now, and what is exactly original about this except for Ghostface going to New York City? And they didn't really even do that right. Just speaking facts, man. Don't hate me. I'm just telling the truth. I really am, man. But hey, they do got more 4K love with The Big Lebowski. I knew this is a new edition that came out, man. The 25th anniversary limited edition. Oh my God, you guys have no idea how much I love The Big Lebowski. It is one of my favorite films of all time. I love this movie, man. It's my favorite Coen Brothers movie. Man, I love Jeff Bridges in here, John Goodman, Steve Buscemi. Dude, everybody's great here. Damn, dude, it's so good. Philip Seymour Hoffman is great. John Turturro, Julianne Moore too. Everybody's fucking fantastic in this thing. So good, man. Memorable quotes, the costumes, you name it, dude. There's literally, I think, a festival that goes on every single year for the appreciation of The Big Lebowski. I think there is or something, right? I'm almost positive of that. And man, I kind of one of these days want to go one year to that, man, and just soak up all of it, like drink White Russians and shit. And go bowling, even though I suck at bowling. Shit, it'll still be fun, man. Goddamn, dude, I love this, man. I already own a version of The Big Lebowski on Blu-ray. I actually own the Digibook release, which I think is really sweet. I like the artwork. I don't know if I really love it necessarily. Like, I like the bowling ball. I like some of the stuff there with the weed and the dude. Like, it's kind of cool, but I don't know, it doesn't really stand out in the crowd. It doesn't really tie the room together like the carpet, man. I don't know. It's good. It could have been a bit better. I love The Big Lebowski, and a lot of people do, so a lot of collectors really dive into these releases, man. And for $24, that's not bad, but the Digibook release that I have is really cool, so I'm sticking with that. But if you have not bought it yet, The Big Lebowski is one of the best comedies ever of all time, and it deserves a place in any collection, whatever release you so choose. Just saying, man, that's pretty cool. Of course, they got the Sisu Love, but they no longer have the Steelbook. That's sold, man. I can see why. It's a popular movie. It's really badass. An old dude killing Nazis in gruesome ways. Who wouldn't love that shit? Just saying, man. That's really cool. I dig that. I mean, they also got the John Wick Love, but no longer the Steelbook. I have a feeling that they're probably never going to restock the John Wick Steelbook, man. That was just really popular. The movie's popular. At least they have a little bit of John Wick Love, but if you didn't pick up the Steelbook when you had the chance, shame on you, man. I mean, they do have the Crank Steelbook, though, which is cool. I kind of like the artwork. I already own the regular 4K edition, so I don't really think I need this. It's an interesting design. I know John picked this release up. He really likes it, but for me, yeah, I'll stick with my regular 4K release. I'm just waiting for Crank 2 to get a release, man. I mean, come on. You did Crank. Get on Crank 2, man. That shit's really good, dude. Just saying, man. They also have a little Steelbook love for Rebel Without a Cause. That is something I'm kind of considering, dude. And the reason why I am is because Rebel Without a Cause is a classic movie, man. It's some of the best classic cinema out there. James Dean was one hell of a star. And the Steelbook looks pretty goddamn sweet, man. I do like this. I don't think this was here the last time, though. I don't think it was. Maybe it was, though, but $33 is not a bad price, and I have a feeling that this is one of those releases that might not see the light of day forever. So, for good classic cinema Steelbook style, that might be worth it, man. Damn. But it is one of these movies where, in my honest opinion, you have to end up seeing this. As a movie lover, movie aficionado, whatever you call yourself, it's a must watch. So good, man. And I think so is Quantumania. Okay, not as classic as Rebel Without a Cause, to be fair, but pretty goddamn sweet, man. But I don't really like the Steelbook, man. I don't know. The Steelbook really isn't good. It's not a great design. It doesn't really stand out to me. I actually like the regular art so much better than the Steelbook art, but I still like the movie. Warts and all, I think it's still fun. I think it's adventurous, humorous. I like it, man. Not everybody's favorite MCU. It's not even my favorite MCU, but I still kind of dig it, man. Not gonna lie. I mean, they still even have a little bit of Creed 3 Steelbook style. Oh, that's not bad. Look at that. That's pretty cool, man. Not so bad after all. I know a lot of people have kind of been waffling on Creed 3, whether they love it or hate it or not, kind of indifferent to it. I still really like Creed 3. I still think the first Creed is so much better, and I do have a lot of fondness for Creed 2, but I think Creed 3 is great because of Jonathan Majors, man. He makes this movie. I mean, Michael B. Jordan is good, but he's only as good as Jonathan Majors is making him, dude, because Jonathan Majors makes this movie. He's such a great villain character in this flick. So well done, man. Just saying. But if you're looking for Creed 3 Steely style, you got it, man. They got the Black Panther goodness, which those steelbooks that don't really stand out in the crowd to me. Okay, but could have been way better designs. Pulp Fiction, Clerks 3. Hell, they even restocked Dread. Man, I haven't seen this steelbook in like forever, man. Of course, I already own it because I love this fucking movie. But if you haven't bought it, I mean, for $20 fucking, that's a good ass price, man. That's not bad. They got that. They got the Batman Love, Ghost in the Shell, and I even noticed over here, guys, that they actually restocked the Cabin in the Woods steelbook. I thought this thing was out of print for like the longest time, man. Dude, I remember picking this up and it went out of print fast. It sold out big time, and you couldn't find this for a long time, and now it's back in print again? Really? Or maybe they just got a few extra copies. I mean, it doesn't matter, dude. This is a great fucking movie, man. It's a great dissection of the horror genre mixed with the comedic elements that work oh so well. Unpredictable. You don't see a lot of that shit coming. It's really smart, man. Just really solid horror that I really love. One of the best in the recent decades. That is for damn sure, man. So fucking good. And if you haven't gotten it, the steelbook style might just be worth it, man. Just saying. Hadn't seen this in a long time. That is definitely a nice treat, as is the rest of the really great physical media new release section. Damn. They be hitting it out of the park. They be doing pretty goddamn well. But maybe there's a little bit more worth checking out. Oh, hell yeah, there is. You bet your ass, baby. Yes, look at all the physical media goodness, baby. Oh, I'm liking it, man. They got a little bit Guardian of the Galaxy over here. They got About My Father, Kandahar, a little bit of Fool's Paradise goodness, The Way of Water, Zodiac. Oh my God, they got So I Marry an Axe Murderer. One of my favorite Mike Myers movies of all time, man. Truly, I dig this movie so much, man. I like the comedic mystery tones here, and it's really one of the first times where Mike Myers is literally playing multiple roles, man. He's kind of doing the Eddie Murphy thing, but he does it so well in this movie, man. Like, he plays his father. Like, his crazy Scottish father is so fucking good, man. Oh my God, I really dig this movie. I think the comedy is really cool. I like the semi-horror elements to it. I actually really like that. I think it's a clever movie, actually, man. It's not bad. I really dig it. Kind of underrated for the Mike Myers catalog, but man, 30 years? Shit, it's been that long? Damn, I'm old. Oh shit, dude. This is such a great movie, man. I really dig that. That's not bad. They got the 4K love of War of the Worlds. Oh my God, they've even got Team America, World Police. America, fuck yeah. Oh my God, this is a wild, ridiculous as hell movie, man. Fun though. It is crazy fun, but man, it is ridiculous as a motherfucker, man. But then again, that's the South Park guys. That's their humor, and they do it oh so well. Whether it's the South Park movie or basketball, you remember that shit? They do some far out there shit, but damn, is it hilarious. Just saying, man. They even got a little bit of My Best Friend is a Vampire goodness for $11.99, less than Walmart. That's a great price, dude. Again, Restaurant Love, you gotta dig it, man. Not bad. They've even got Moonhaven, AMC Original Series, which I don't think I've heard anything about. Dominic Monaghan, Joe Manganiello. Really? No, I don't think I've heard anything about this. 180 years in the future, Bella Sway, a lunar cargo pilot and smuggler, finds herself accused of a crime and marooned on Moonhaven, a utopian community built on the moon and tasked with finding solutions to the problems that will soon end civilization. Really? Huh. Okay. No, I've never heard this at all. Mind you, I no longer have cable, so things on AMC are passing me by rather rapidly, so this kind of looks cool, honestly. Is it worth it? If it is, let me know. Kind of interesting. Huh. Little sci-fi goodness there. That's not even bad, man. You got Upgrade, Mallrats, People Under the Stairs, highly underrated Wes Craven as far as I'm concerned. They still got a lot of the Strange World Steelbook, but I can kind of see why. To be fair, the movie ain't that great. Just saying, man. I mean, they got Plane, Maltese Falcon. They got still a little bit of Vanilla Sky goodness, the Indiana Jones stuff. Quantumania, The Whale, ooh, the Carrie Steelbook. They still got that here, man. Nice. I mean, they got The Covenant, Beau is Afraid, Book Club, The Next Chapter, Evil Dead Rise, but, yeah, Evil Dead Rise is what it is, but Nightbreed. Night motherfucking breed, man. Clive motherfucking Barker. Dude, they got the 4K, man, for $33. That's not a bad price. Oh, look at this. Oh, so good, man. God damn, dude. I love Nightbreed. Probably my favorite Clive Barker, dude. I just love the world that he created and the monsters and just the crazy imagination that he had with this. It was wild, dude. And I have loved this ever since I saw it so many years ago. I have the Scream Factory hardbox Blu-ray, which is a great addition that not only has the director's cut, but has the theatrical cut as well, which is fucking amazing. I love that edition. And, oh, by the way, I also own the Cabal cut because Clive Barker on his website did an exclusive Cabal cut edition where he sold 100 copies. And I got one of the copies. Swear to God, man, with the exclusive slipcover and everything. Yeah, dude, that goes for big ass fucking money on eBay, and I ain't never getting rid of that shit. You can bet your ass, man. I'm a big Nightbreed fan. Love Clive Barker. His imagination is so wondrous and kind of disturbing, but I really dig it, dude. Oh my God. If you have never seen Nightbreed, you got to, because this world you ain't never seen before, motherfucker. Oh, so goddamn great, man. Oh, look at all those features, man. Come on, that's great. So good. So impossibly good, man. They got War World. They got the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. They even got a little bit of Last of Us, Pained, and they've even got the 4K of World War Z, which I actually really want to buy this edition, man, because I really do like World War Z. It's been a long time since I watched it. I watched it in the movie theater and I never really revisited it since, but I did dig it the first time and I never got a chance to watch the extended cut. I heard the extended cut's really good. I've heard this release isn't the greatest, though. It's got some problems, audio issues, picture quality, not the greatest. I've heard some complaining about it, but I still kind of want it because it's World War Z, it's zombies, and quite frankly, the zombie genre isn't always the greatest. It's got a lot of issues, but occasionally there's one that comes along, even a big Hollywood one like this, that kind of impresses, and I tend to dig it. So I may pick this up at some point. May. $30 is a hike, but it might be worth it. It might just indeed. Man from Toronto, The Rain Man, 4K, Dune, some Star Trek love, all of the Disney 100s, all of the lazy steelbooks. Oh my God. They really got to get their act together. Jesus Christ. Thank goodness. And they've even got some more goodness over here. The 4K of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, Desperado Blu-ray, Flashdance, Steely. Oh, I love this steelbook, man. Oh, that's so 80s. That's so 80s, dude. Man, box sets. You've even got the Fog, Steely, Men in Black, Streets of Fire, which is a great Shout factory release. I love that movie. Movie is so fucking awesome, man. That's great. Of course, they've got the 2-movie collection of 48 Hours and another 48 Hours, which is so amazing. I love both of these movies. They're absolutely fucking fantastic. Great Eddie Murphy, man. Great Eddie Murphy. No doubt about that. Oh, they've even got some releases over here. They've got the Black Panther goodness, Thor Love and Thunder, which, to be fair, it has gotten better the last couple times I've watched it, but it is on the low end of my MCU watching. Just saying, man. They got the 4K of Texas Chainsaw, Lightyear, Black Adam. Hell, they even restocked the Green Mile Steelbook. I thought this was out of print, dude. I really did, but shocker of a lifetime, man. Damn, dude. Jeez, they're restocking all kinds of stuff, man. Jeez. Got Shooter, Children of the... give me a fucking break. Man, they even got the Jack Reacher steelbook, too. Nice. You know, I got to admit, man, I really liked Tom Cruise's Jack Reacher. He wasn't exactly how the character was written, I get it. And honestly, the sequel to this movie sucks balls. But the first movie's actually really solid, man. And Tom Cruise did a good job for what it's worth, but the TV series is pretty awesome, though. Just saying, man. They got that. They got Megan. Holy shit. They even got the No Time to Die steelbook. This thing has been out of print for a long-ass time. Oh, my God, man. Seriously? What the fuck? Oh, my God, dude. They're restocking all kinds of stuff here. Yo, this is awesome. Holy cow, man. Jeez. The things you find when you come into the beast. I'm telling you. Dude, I love Daniel Craig's James Bond. I really do. And I thought No Time to Die was a great fitting end for that character. I don't know if I'll ever be ready for another Bond because Daniel Craig, man, he had me at hello. He really did, dude. Wow, that is fucking awesome, man. All of the really great releases and the restocks, man, that is awesome. It's amazing. Best Buy definitely be killing it this week. They got all kinds of releases worth diving into, and I definitely appreciate it big time. Physical media, you got to love it. Oh boy, do I love it indeed. You bet your ass I do, man. Like I said earlier, I don't always come into this Best Buy because, well, driving an hour to and an hour back is kind of a pain in the ass. Sometimes literally, okay? It kind of stings when it comes to my wallet with the gas money and everything. So there is issues that I have sometimes coming in here. And so I don't always do the trip. But when I do, trust me, I hope that it is always worth it. And, well, as of recent, yeah, I kind of think it is. Oh, they be supplying the physical media love like a mofo, and I am definitely damn glad for it, man. Maybe they're not the most plentiful like they used to be way back in the day, but hey, you can still find some good things, especially some restocks and things that are out of print and a little bit of boutique label love as well. So you know what, hey, I will take it. And they definitely were doing their due diligence this week. Not half bad. Damn glad I decided to drive a little bit out of my way to get a little bit of beast action because, oh, I think it paid off. Oh, it did indeed, man. Not bad. Hope you enjoyed it. I definitely did. So now, yes, we can finally head home and finish the video. All right, everybody, that'll do it for the Blu-ray and DVD. Out and about video this week, and come on, you got to love physical media. Oh, you truly do, especially when it's this good during the week. So many great releases, so many great additions, exclusives out there, and hell, I even decided to take a trip over to Best Buy because, hell, why not? Why not indeed, man? It was too good not to. And so, yeah, I'll really admit, not every week is going to be this good, but, if only indeed, man. There's so much great movies out there, so many great additions, so much great variety. Hopefully, you picked up something good. If you did, definitely let me know. As far as I'm concerned, ooh, yeah, come on, guys, I picked up stuff. You think I'm gonna leave you guys hanging, especially with a week like this? Absolutely not. And it's a pretty decent haul indeed, guys. It truly is. So, let's not wait any longer. Let's dive into it, man. And of course, the first thing that I got, you guys would kill me if I didn't pick up this title, because I love it. And Lord knows I've been giving it so much praise in this video, so I ought to be picking the damn thing up. And that is none other than a little bit of Guardians of the Galaxy love, baby. Oh, the Steelbook love at that. Oh, look at this, the Best Buy exclusive Steely. Not half bad, man. Now, To be fair, there's a lot of really great editions out there of this movie, man. The Walmart exclusive is great. The regular 4K looks awesome. The Blu-ray looks great as well. There's so many great editions out there. And when I saw this at Best Buy, I damn near freaked because I was like, I didn't think this was gonna still be at Best Buy, considering it's a popular movie. Steelbooks go very fast, especially when it comes to Marvel, most of the time. And I was like, oh man, the fact that it's still here, I knew I had to pick it up. So, thus, here we are, man. And it's a great look in Steelbook. I mean, look at that. That's really great. Rocket on the back, which looks absolutely awesome. And on top of that, the Guardians right there. Pretty sweet, man. Not bad. Look, I can't say I like all Marvel Steelbooks because I don't. But sometimes they do pretty damn well, and I think this is definitely one of them. But for a hot minute there, I was considering getting the Walmart exclusive, and I might do that still down the road. I might still do that. It's a possibility. But here's the thing about it, though, guys, because I showed it off over at the first Walmart, and I was wondering because I was looking at the edition, it kind of looked a little bit damaged inside the plastic. I was kind of noticing it a little bit. So I was wondering if other stores in the area had it. So I ended up going online and looking up the edition and seeing the availability. And no store had any more editions of the Walmart exclusive, right? And so I'm like, oh my God, it's sold out everywhere. Here's the thing though, guys, is that I literally went into the second Walmart. They had 2 copies. I went into the Walmart near the Best Buy that I went into. They had 2 copies. There was another Walmart I went into. They had a couple copies as well. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, online it says that nobody has them. But actually going into the stores, you realize that there's at least 2 or 3 copies still at every store. Well, mostly all the stores. Some didn't have some, but most of them actually did have a couple copies left. So my caution to you guys is this, is that don't go by what the online availability says, okay? I know it's tempting to go online and just check out if they have the availability, and if they don't have it, shit, I won't travel. I'll save myself a few extra gas pennies, and I'll save myself a few miles and won't even go to the store. But what I found, guys, what I have always found and what I have told you time and time again is that you never know what they have until you actually go into the stores and find out. And this is one of those occasions where the online availability was so far different from actually going into the stores. Now, mind you, all the stores that I went into, all of the editions, swear to God, were all damaged. Like the slipcovers were all dinged up and dented badly, bent like a motherfucker. I'm dead serious, man. And so, kind of wanted it, but every place that I went to had damaged goods. So I just decided, fuck it, I'm not even gonna get it, man. But maybe in the future, in the next week or two, maybe if more stock comes in, maybe I'll pick it up. But for the time being, all the ones near me, all of them just had really bad juju. Man, when it came to that particular edition, man, that had some bad luck, dude. I don't know whether it was mishandling or it came in like that, but it was all fucked up, okay? But that being said, if you go into your Walmart looking for it, you may just find it. Don't go off of the availability that it supposedly says online, because proof positive, it's not always as reliable as you guys might think it is. Just saying, man. But you never know where you're going to find the cool editions, and you may just find one you're looking for, even though it might say it's out of stock. It definitely ain't. Just saying, man. But I'm glad to pick up the Steely Love, because this is pretty damn sweet. And there's not many times where I can say that I have a Guardians of the Galaxy edition steelbook. And I'm glad at least to get one of them. Yeah, indeed I am, man. Not bad. Looks pretty damn sweet. Glad to add it to the collection. More Marvel love? Don't mind if I do. Don't mind if I do at all, man. But when I was at Best Buy, I'm like thinking, okay, well, I could have just left with Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, and that still would have been pretty sweet, but oh, I found a few more things. Yes, I did, man. Now, this one I was kind of waffling back and forth about whether I was going to get it at Best Buy or not. I mean, I could get it off of Amazon. I've seen it at Walmart, actually. It's at a lot of retailers. And I thought, well, when in Rome, I'm here anyways. It seems that every place literally has it for the exact same price, and so no matter where I go, I'll be paying the same damn thing, so might as well get it here. And that is none other than little zombie love with World War Z. Yes, man, Brad Pitt in a zombie movie. I never thought I'd see the day, man. Never thought I would. But this is actually a really good movie. And I remember going to the movie theaters and seeing this, and I had heard all of the bad things about it. How they had ended up doing additional scenes, and how the movie was such a mess, and how they had to redo all sorts of endings and reshoot whole entire sequences, and I heard it all, man. And then when I finally sat down and watched the movie, I was like, damn, this is actually really good. Like, seriously, for all the troubles that this movie has, they actually kind of got it right, man. I mean, it's not the most perfect zombie movie of all time, but I think for a big budget blockbuster with big name actors, I think they pulled it off pretty well, all things considered, man. I like sort of the end of the world doom and gloom. These zombies are literally getting smarter, and we have to find a way to defeat them. Like, I like that stuff, man. And I think Brad Pitt does a good job in this movie. I think everybody does. I like the effects. I like the vicious zombie action. I thought it was pretty solid, man. And I've never owned it in the collection, even though I've loved the movie. And the Scream Factory edition came out, and I'm like, I'm gonna pick this thing up, man. It's got some great special features and the extended cut, which I haven't seen, so I'm gonna give it a go. I've heard mixed things about the disc, that it's not the best picture quality, and it's not the best sound, but it's still a 4K, and since I've never had it in the collection at all, I figure it's a pretty solid release to get, man. Not bad. A little bit of 4K love, more Scream Factory goodness in the collection. I'll take it. I'll take it indeed, man. Definitely interested to dive back into World War Z. It's been a long ass time since I've done it, and I think it's about time. I do indeed, man. But that's not all, because when you get one steelbook, you might have to get another. And this one, I wanted it, and for a moment I was like, look, I'm not gonna get this, man, right? I mean, there's other things to get, and do I really want to pay more money here at Best Buy? And before I left, it was just staring me in the face, man. God, it really was. And so I decided, fuck it, I'm gonna buy it, because it's such a classic film, and Lord knows the steelbook is not gonna be probably around for much longer. There's an opportunity to get it, and if I don't, I'm gonna kick myself. And so, yes, I didn't leave it behind when I got a little bit of James Dean love in Rebel Without a Cause. Oh, yes. Oh, I couldn't leave it sitting there at Best Buy, man. I just couldn't do it, man. I love this movie. James Dean was such a classic actor, unforgettable performer. And this movie is great. I just like the idea of movies about troubled youth and how the complications of being a teenager and how adults don't understand you, and all of the drama with that, man. And it's such a great movie. James Dean does an amazing job. So does Natalie Wood as well. She's on the back here. She does a great job too. It's a wonderfully acted, really great, dramatic, tense, edge of your seat movie that I really love, man. I've always loved. I'm a fan of old school classic cinema. I kind of feel like as the years go by, we're forgetting the older stuff. And I don't want to do that, man. As somebody who considers himself a movie lover, a movie aficionado, a movie geek, a movie fanboy, I love the old stuff just as much as I love the newer stuff. And adding a little classy cinema in the collection can never, and I mean never, be a bad thing, man. Oh, pretty solid indeed. Pretty good, man. Pretty good. So I couldn't leave it behind. I had to get it. There was only the one copy left, and so fine, I'll pay the money. It came in perfect condition. No dings or dents, so I guess it was meant to be. I guess it was, man. Getting the Steely love ain't half bad for a little bit of James Dean goodness. Yeah, you bet your ass it is. But I got 3 things over at Best Buy, right? I'm not gonna get a 4th. I'm not gonna do it. Damn it. And then I'm like, well, I can't leave this behind. It's a better price than Walmart. The slipcover is in really great condition. I love the movie. Fine, I'll do it. Because, well, when you gotta add more to the Vestron collection, you just gotta do it, baby, with My Best Friend is a Vampire. Oh, I gotta wear shades. Oh my god, man. Damn. I couldn't leave this behind, dude. It's so good. Oh, and it's such a great, cheesy 80s horror comedy, man. And companies like Vestron are doing the Lord's work. They really, truly are, man. And I love what they're doing and packing this with all types of extras, audio commentary, and interviews, and still galleries, and trailers. Oh, so awesome, man. I can't wait to see what they do next, what they come up with, what new releases they're going to be putting out, the announcements of the titles, because there's certain companies that I look forward to seeing where they go next, and Vestron is definitely, absolutely, no doubt about it, one of them. They really are, man. I just never thought in my life that I would see a collector's edition release of this movie, but it just goes to show that we are living, oddly enough, in a weird golden age of physical media where things that we never thought we'd see in a lifetime are getting releases, and this is proof positive of it, man. It truly is. I had to pick it up. I had to add it to the Vestron collection. It's getting a little deep in the Vestron collection there, but I think it's well worth the dive. It truly is, man. I wonder what they'll do next. I wonder indeed, man. But that's not all. I mean, I picked up 4 things over at Best Buy. That's a lot as it is, but there's just a wee bit more because I've been wanting to get this movie for a long while. And there was recently the Amazon Prime days, right? And I decided to take advantage of it. Not really a lot, but this title did go down in price. I finally was able to pull the trigger on it. Damn glad to finally get it. I love me some David Cronenberg. And this one, I think, deserves its place. And that is none other than Spider. Yes, look at that, man. Ray Fiennes, Miranda Richardson, Gabriel Byrne. This is a great David Cronenberg movie, man. I really love this flick. And it's one of those underrated gems that you don't really hear about, man. I mean, you hear about the old school classic Cronenberg. You hear about the newer stuff like History of Violence, for instance, and a whole bunch of other ones that he's done. And there's ones that kind of fly under the radar, and Spider is one that never really got a lot of play, but is equally as good in his catalog, man. Ray Fiennes is creepy as hell here. I love the creepy, dark atmosphere to this flick. It's so well done. It's a great little, like, psychological thriller, man, and it really keeps you on the edge of your seat. I love this movie. If you have never checked out Spider, do it. The price has always been really high, but for the Amazon Prime days, it did lower a bit, and so I finally decided to pull the trigger, and damn glad that I did, man. Not bad to have a little bit more of David Cronenberg love in the collection is never, and I mean never, a bad thing. That's for damn sure, man. So, it's nice to get that, but oh, I got another thing, guys. Now, yes, we are in August, and yes, the Criterion Collection sale is over. Shed a tear. Yeah, I know. But before it ended, I did pick up one more thing. I know I got a lot of stuff before. I definitely did my due diligence for the sale, but one more thing is never a bad thing because, yes, if I'm adding Cronenberg to the collection, good, right? But if I add Cronenberg, I kind of got to add Lynch. Adding another Lynch with Mulholland Drive. Yes, man. Damn right, dude. So good. Naomi Watts, Justin Theroux. Very dream-like, pulpy imagination, creepiness, fucked up imagery. You know how David Lynch works, man. And he works in all mysterious ways. David Lynch is one of these filmmakers that the inside of his head going onto the silver screen and just the complexity and the imagery and the creativity and the dark twistedness, it's all there on full view, man. And Mulholland Drive is one of them. It's such an amazing movie. I've always really liked this one. And I thought I had owned it before. And that's why I didn't pick it up at first. Because I'm like, I think I already own this. And then I was looking in the collection. I'm like, I don't own Mulholland Drive. I kind of want to rectify that. So indeed, I did, man. I ended up picking up some more David Lynch love in the collection. So good. So fantastic. Great here. Love me some good Lynch. I really do. And this is definitely one of them. So damn good. And I just couldn't help myself. Just with one more Criterion title. Now I've got to wait till November when the sale comes back again. And I just pick up some things that I missed. And newer titles that are going to come out. And, the ever-loving push and pull of the Criterion Collection. You gotta love it. You really do, man. So that is a really good haul, but that is not it, folks, because I got one more thing. Well, actually two more things to show you guys, because before I did the video this week, I went over to Soundgarden with my boy John. We did some movie hunting. And, you know, sometimes the movie gods are just on your side, dude. Sometimes they are crazy enough as it is. Sometimes they really are looking out for you. And this time around, they truly did, dude. I was looking up and down for stuff, didn't see anything. And then John pointed these out. And I'm like, dude, you are my ever-loving hero, man. Okay, these are two steelbooks that are absolutely out of print, go for big money on eBay, and they were just sitting there for $20 a piece, man. And, man, I took advantage of that in a big, bad way. Oh, I did, because, well, did I say that I only had one Guardians of the Galaxy steelbook in the collection? Make that all three. Oh my god, man. Volume 1 and Volume 2. Oh, look at these, man. Awesome. My god. Yes. Oh, so great, man. Dude, they are in perfect condition. There is no ding. There is no dents. There's no nothing. Yeah, there's, you know, the sticker stuff that I was trying to get off and everything like that. I'm going to have to get, like, glue gun or something and, you know, take it off. But that's simple. That's easy, guys. The fact that I have them now in the collection, that is really, really fucking amazing, man. That's nutty as shit, okay? Because I never thought in my lifetime that I would, ever see these in a store again, let alone for $20 a piece and in minty condition at that. Oh, my Lord. Oh, I knew that praying to the physical media gods would be worth it. And they didn't let me down, baby. Oh, they truly didn't, man. Holy hell, this is awesome. This is amazing. Oh, dude. Look at that, man. It even has the 3D edition in it, which is fucking cool. Oh, it's great. Oh, so awesome, man. God damn, dude. This is fucking awesome. This is amazing. This is astounding to me. I am #blessed, dude. Seriously, I am, man. There is only 2 Soundgardens in the entire U.S. There's one, I believe, in Massachusetts, and there's one here where I am in the New York area, and that's it. And man, they usually have some great stuff, but I never thought in a million years that these two things would be there, man. So not only do I have the Volume 3 Steelbook, not only do I have the Volume 2 Steelbook, but I also have the Volume 1 Steelbook as well. Oh, what more could a physical fanboy ask for? I don't know, man, but it's too good to be true. I can't believe it. They're in my hands. They're mine. All mine. And they're going to stay that way, damn it. Oh, they really are, man. This is awesome. This is great. Oh, this is so cool, dude, man. This is one hell of a find. Let me put it that way, because, man, I never thought when I went into Soundgarden I'd be leaving with this shit. All right. Oh, that's amazing. That is fan-fucking-tastic. And look at this haul, guys. This haul is amazing. Out of print steelbooks, more Criterion goodness. On top of even more Steely love, and a little bit of boutique releases on top of that. God damn, man. This week, I think as far as, adding to the collection is concerned, I think I was doing my due diligence. And before I let you guys go... Wait a minute, why am I not in the chair? Okay, there's a reason why. Because usually this is the part where I give you one last story. Physical, streaming, you name it. Grace you with my presence for just a little bit longer before I head out the door. And, well, I'm gonna be honest with you, the footage got lost, guys. Okay? Yeah, unfortunately so. So this last little bit of the video, unfortunately, yeah, just didn't make it. It happens. But, look, I've talked for over 4 hours with so much physical media that I talked about, showed you the pickups. Yeah, it was a crazy, wild video indeed, man. Lots to show off, lots to talk about, all the good old movie BS that I love doing and you guys love watching. So thank you so much for watching the video. Trust me, I'll be back with the same old movie BS next video, so stay tuned. But thank you again for watching, guys, and if you haven't already subscribed yet, please do that. Become a part of the Film Fan Nation. I want to thank you guys so much that even with my screw-ups, you guys still end up loving me and watching me and supporting me, and that's never a bad thing. So thank you so much. So hit subscribe if you haven't. Hit the notification bell so you'll be notified every single time that I make a video, and keep up to date with everything I'm doing through Instagram and Facebook. FilmFan108, keep up to date with everything I'm doing, plus special pictures and videos I do from time to time on social media as well. And if you would like to support the channel by sending me something in the mail, you are more than welcome to do that. It is not expected, but it's definitely appreciated. And I keep the P.O. Box open just in case you guys end up wanting to send something my way. I've gotten some really great stuff in the past, and you know what? When in Rome, you never know, guys. You guys literally love supporting the channel, and one of the ways is to send something my way if you so choose. The P.O. Box is in the description below, but I suppose that's it. Another wild and crazy ride of physical media, and trust me, there will be more to come. So stay tuned, everybody. I will be back next out and about for y'all to talk about more movie-loving goodness. Stay tuned, and in the meantime, take care, and remember, happy hunting.